Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
No, I am not Peyton Ansley John Milton. I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley John Milton as written in all capital letters.
And as to Mr. Milton, is there a competency concern, or is this
I am not represented by anybody besides myself. In my sovereign capacity, appreciate you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have an opportunity to speak to him. I read him the reports.
Who is him?
Don't interrupt.
I read him.
You just stay quiet.
Thank you.
I read him the report so that he will understand the charges against him. He didn't wish to hear anything more about his rights, and he does not wish to be represented.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Who's him? Who's him? Oh, wow, I've got ducking turned on. That's crazy. This is what talk show hosts have, so they can talk over callers when they call in. Let me fix that. There we go. That's better. No more automatic turning down of the volume. I know why I had that on, by the way. I had that turned on because I had a call last night for a gig that's coming up here in March, and for the gig they want me to run 2 simultaneous streams in 2 different languages. Same video, but translators running the audio. It's in audio for one, and then just the regular audio for the other. And for the translators, I'm going to run my soundboard and have them talk. And whenever the translator is talking, it's going to turn down the volume from the other one. So that's why I had that set up. I was playing with that, saying, yeah, I think I can do that. Anyway, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It's wonderful to have you here this wonderful, beautiful day. It has, I say wonderful and beautiful, but if you look at the weather, it's not going to be that. By that, I mean wonderful and beautiful. It's not good. It's not good. So please, wherever you are, please stay safe. Let's see, Schmoopy, by the way, you've done this before, but I've got a special warning for you today. You were first in chat today. I'm sentencing you to internet ownership for your crimes. It's going to be a doozy. We have snow, we have ice storms, lots of wind, trees are coming down. All of this will basically be your responsibility. So if everyone could just tag her with any issues you've got during the day as something comes up. Schmoopy, I'll go ahead and post your phone number in chat, and of course on Reddit as well, so anyone could. I'm just kidding. I would never do that. I would never. Schmoopy, just kidding. You're going to do great. You're going to do great. Good luck taking care of the internet today, of all days. Because today.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. 2 big thumbs up from 4 thumbs up. 2 kids. Oh, this is spam. This is spam mail. You can throw that away, I think. It's hump day. We're halfway. Sorry about your ears. That was impressive. That may have been the best one yet. It may have. We'll see. If I lose my voice by midday, then maybe not. But it is wonderful. It is hump day. We made it to Wednesday. Half the week is gone. We have birthdays. I should be taking my earbuds out. I took your eardrums out. Now you don't have to worry about the earbuds. You just can't hear. So it's hump day. That was the best one yet. Thank you. I've been practicing on every week. I practice one time. That's the secret to success. Practice. It's a routine. It's not as much how much you practice as that you're regular about it. All right. I just woke up your dog. I'm sorry.
Happy birthday.
Sorry, Bruno.
You look good.
Brona. I'm sorry. All right. We have some birthdays. If you have any voice left on that, please join with me. This is how it works. We celebrate birthdays every morning. And by we, I mean all of us, everybody, me and you, yes, you, we all celebrate birthdays in the morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to all stand up, except for me, because I rank has its privileges. What can I say? Everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Found it right at the end, so we're good. We're going to sing to Dreama, Danny Austin, Camilla, and Roxanne. Happy birthday for Roxanne. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Dreama, Danny Austin, Camilla, and Roxanne. Heavenly birthday. Happy birthday to you. Alex Duncan, happy belated birthday as well. Oh, I need to get the birthdays back. Right, here it is. There it is. Dreama, Danny Austin, Camilla, Roxanne, who's not with us anymore. This is your special day. I realize there are a million special days, a million places you could have been, a million people you could have celebrated with. We chose to be here and celebrate with us. The privilege and pleasure is all ours. Please help yourself to free breakfast pancakes at Village Inn, IHOP, Denny's, McDonald's, Waffle House. Man, it's a very rough morning for this. Bob Evans, Tammy Dunlap's house, and anywhere else they're serving pancakes. Basically, just say it's your birthday, you should get a free stack. That's. I think it's like an internationally recognized rule. So, free pancakes. Helena Handbasket, thanks for sharing. This is your mom's. It's an anniversary of her passing and her birthday, which is I'm sure a bittersweet day. But thank you for letting us recognize her today, as I know you're going to be thinking about her. Our prayers with you as well. Happy birthday. Michelle Phillips says, I just came in and Scott was screaming. To the new subscribers, I'm sorry, and welcome. This is what we do every Wednesday. We yell. All right, we also do air drums to finish off the birthday song. It's coming. Right here. This is the last verse. At the end of this verse, everyone picks up their air drum sticks. They sit down at their air drum set. They get ready and they pound the toms and then bang the cymbal at the end. It goes a little something like this. Beautiful. Y'all did fabulous. It was good. Made your cat jump. I'm sorry. I always have to prepare myself for the hump day shout. It scared me the first 5 times. Oh, man. Good stuff. My Yorkie was cocking his head back and forth at you. He's like, who is that guy? And why is he yelling? All right. Not only have I lost my voice, I've also gone deaf now, says Eileen. Thank you. TechPay, welcome. You did make it in time for the birthday song and the wishes, which is wonderful. We actually have a fair amount of time this morning before anything happens. It's going to be about 40 minutes before we expect even, I don't know, the feed to start from court. Alex Duncan, happy birthday on Saturday, belated. I hope you had a wonderful birthday and still helped yourself to pancakes. Sorry, now I have the hiccups, so that's how it happens. George the cat is squinting at me aggressively after that holler. He's like, your people. All right. It's a standing desk. Yes, it is a standing desk, but I'm sitting. How's the elbow? Good. It's terribly good. Like, I mean, it's hard to see anyway, but there's not a mark on it. Yesterday, I was pretty sure the injury when I banged my elbow was fatal. I was nearly sure this would be how I go out. And today there's not even a bruise. All those tears for nothing. All right, let's see. Let me catch up to chat really quickly. We've had a couple of messages I want to highlight just for a second. Super team member for 10 months on the jury. Thank you very much. Creeping up on that 1 year mark. You're getting there pretty quick. That is awesome. And thank you for your support. Would not be the same here without you. Let's see. Miss McGuire says, happy anniversary. Love you all. 12 months. That's the year mark for you. Got that orange courthouse. I am Miss McGuire because my fantasy husband is Mark McGuire. We have been married in my mind since 1997. I never would have known, other than the picture, other than the profile picture. If I knew better, I would say that might be Mark McGuire. But let's see. Jennifer, I received a summons for federal jury service. What federal cases are coming up? They're all good ones. But we won't be able to see it. Jennifer, that is wild. Hopefully hopefully it's not something that's going to scar you for life, right? I don't want that to happen. But hopefully you have a fantastic experience, and then afterwards you're able to come and share with us all the goodies. Renee Smitley gifted a membership to kick things off as well. Thank you very much, Renee. All right, I missed a buffer message somewhere. Kurt comes in and says, federal's where it's at, peeps. Kurt, you know that because you practice in that arena. We don't know that because we get no view. There's no cameras. If you could fix that for us, Kurt, actually, if that's going to be like your assignment for maybe today or maybe the week if it takes a little longer, can you get cameras in federal courtrooms for us? Why not just cameras in Supreme Court? Can we do that? Can we get the cameras in the Supreme Court with all the announcements and everything? I want everything. I want it all.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Yes, Kurt, if you can do that, your best friend status secured. Pat Hunter, happy birthday today, Pat. I'm sorry we missed you a little bit. There's a quick little happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Pat. Happy birthday. I'm sorry we missed you earlier. Let's see. Thank you, Renee, for gifting. Oh, party. Oh, you got a party. Hey, you have audio tapes and transcripts and everything, and now you want video. Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Kurt,
you look good.
That's the thing about this medium on YouTube. Almost always the people who are watching the videos want something to watch. I don't know why. I think personally that it's an unreasonable expectation. That you should be happy with just what you get. You click the button and get a text document to pop up. That should be good enough, right? At least you got something. But no, well, they're greedy. We're greedy. We want it all. We want everything. Let's see. What do we know about this morning about the trial? Michelle, this is a great question because there are a whole bunch of big fat question marks about what's going on and where we are and what's going to happen next. A lot of people are saying this has mistrial written all over it, but I'm not convinced that we're there. A lot of people are wondering, what's going to happen now. The defense got up in their opening statement and announced what's going to happen, and the judge basically ruled and said, no, it's not. That's not what you're going to hear. But since defense has told the jury already, my client did it, you were jury members, you were trying to solve the whodunit. The state, for all these days of trial, this week of trial, has been laying out all the evidence to convince you who did it. And now we stand up and say, it was me, but I have a good reason. And you're going to hear that from the defendant. You're going to hear that. Zach's going to stand up and he's going to say, I did this. I stabbed her 35 times. And let me tell you why. Only he can't tell you why. What happens now? You just have a conviction? He's like, just trust me, I had a good reason? Look, I play the piano. You got to trust the piano player, right? I don't know what he's going to say. Maybe he'll bring in the piano as evidence and he plays a nice song and convinces the jury just as like a guilty person couldn't play the piano this well. What argument to present to the jury if the judge has ruled that you can't bring in the reason you were defending someone else and the reason you had to stalk, harass, sneak to the neighborhood, enter the house, stab them 35 times, and run away? How was that defense of others if he's not going to be able to tell us? So will he still take the stand? I think he sort of has to. But what can he say? That's the big question mark. Sherry Smith, member for 17 months. Want something done? You got to do it yourself. Love you all. Sherry, thank you. Drop by your friendly federal courthouse and watch a trial today. Yes. Let's see. You might be on a grand jury. Is it a grand jury? Federal grand jury? I play the piano. See, Angela, you're safe from any crime. You play the piano. I majored classical piano in high school. If all you need to do now is go to Juilliard School of Music, and is it Juilliard or Jules? Is it like a ZJ or Juilliard? I think it's Juilliard. And be classically trained at the highest level, and then it's a get out of jail free card. I'm pretty sure. All right. Please try to avoid stabbing people. It's not nice. Rules. There goes another benefit. That's the joke we made. My company years ago came out with a new policy against violence in the workplace, and the joke was, well, there goes another work benefit. So it was, and until then, I assume. I mean, I hadn't ever availed myself of the opportunity, but I assumed that it must have been allowed up until that point. All right. I'm trying to put together a short, and I have to admit, it's going to be on my YouTube channel, but it's not for you guys. I'm trying to put together a short to take a court case, and I'm using the Colin Griffith court case, and condense it down into a quick little blip that can attract people to court who might not have been interested in watching trials before. You might think, why would I watch court when I've got a sitcom or something else I can watch, or an action movie? I'm trying to take the gotcha bits, the pieces we watch and listen for, and put it to music. And I'm terrible at it because I love so many parts of trial. Like I love the setup and the build of the story and the leading the jury to a conclusion and connecting the dots, and to try to cut that down to just a few second sound bites here and there. You want to see how I'm doing so far on it? It's terrible because it's terrible. It's really, really bad. Okay, it's going to be, since this is a short, it's going to be on this view right here, right? So let's see. Here we go. Hey, Mrs. R.A., thanks for the phone back.
Angela is on there to talk to you.
Hey, Angela. Hello? Do you want to be on the air? Angela's on the phone. Hang on one second.
Bring the jury.
Hang on, before I play my video, I have to... Angela, how are you doing? Can you hear me now?
I'm doing good. Actually, I'm doing great. I have some great news. I became an aunt. I got a nephew.
Wonderful. That is awesome.
So, yeah, I'm great.
What is it? Do we get to share his name, or do we have to guess?
Novak.
Norik?
As Novak. As in the famous Novak, yes.
Okay, awesome. Congratulations.
Some of you may know Novak Djokovic, the tennis. Yeah. Thank you.
It sounds like you're on a police chase and are winning right now. So congratulations on that as well.
Yeah, that's what I was actually calling about. I called the first time when right after it ended. So there was a chase right in front of me. So the people who actually started the chase were like, the conductors on the bus. So something happened on the bus when the chase started. They were on the phone with the police, and they caught the guy in like a store, and that's when the police came in and arrested. I was the whole thing in front of my eyes, unfolded. The only thing I don't know is what happened, so that he ended up arrested. And someone actually asked, but because of the privacy laws, they couldn't disclose what was the case about.
Angela, I apologize.
I sincerely doubt.
It sounds like you're now hanging outside the car during the car chase, and I can only hear like the revving of the engines and the sirens distantly, and maybe some gunshots. That's all.
Can you hear me better now?
A little bit.
Can you hear me? Yeah, but yeah, I don't know what was the reason for the chase because of the privacy laws, but they caught the guy at the end. And
they almost always do.
That was fun to watch.
That's awesome. It's always fun to watch a police chase live instead of on a phone. I'm glad it wasn't you, Angela. And congratulations on being That is great news. Happy to share that.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna show a short now, real quick. So thank you so much. Good talking to you.
Yes. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so everyone's saying, why was Colin on the screen? Let me get there. Here's Colin, right? And now, because I don't want somebody to just go ahead and steal my short idea, I have to do this right here. So I'm gonna sort of watermark it. Ready? So there's my watermark. I can do that on the fly. That's why I have cool equipment. This is my idea for a short.
You have been selected and sworn to try the case of the state of Florida versus Colin Griffith. This is a criminal case. Colin Griffith has been accused of the crimes of first-degree murder and kidnapping. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give to you.
It was a Sunday evening, September 8th of last year, that the defendant viciously and savagely unleashed his full fury and hatred towards his mother when he stabbed her with such force that the knife went through her neck and shot out the other side of her neck. You're going to hear that he was there as he watched the blood and the life drain from her body. And you're going to hear on February 14th of 2023, the defendant killed somebody else when he shot that person 2 times. In the chest, and he shot that person in the head.
At any rate, this family, like a lot of families, at times has its issues. You'll hear about these cruises that multiple family members took together, but you'll also hear about estrangements and fights. The common denominator, Kathy Griffith. Beyond that, you're going to hear that Kathy not only wanted to cause harm to her own self, but Kathy has threatened or done harm to other people. You'll hear some of those details about some of the things that she actually did to another person in front of Colin, involving weapons.
Anyway, that's my idea. I'm trying to put that together. So, it's a tough. The music's too loud. I'll have to tune it down. When the beat drops, it climbs too much. I need to cut it and drop I want a little bit of a climb, but not much. Anyway, the idea is I'm trying to put together court cases, and I'm going to do this like going forward with all the court cases, where I can take the like a quick look at everything, all the pieces of court, because I've got all the equipment to record the parts I want and edit it together, and I should be able to do it on the fly. But this has taken me way too long to do, so. Anyway, I'm going to post it. The idea is to, that's just free music from the YouTube library. That's the only thing I chose. Too many full sentences. Yes, I'm going to edit that down. Okay, hang on. The idea is I'm trying to attract some people to the world of true crime, specifically trial watching, that normally don't. And I realize that's going to be a challenge for the channel, because people will come in from other parts of the internet that aren't as cordial and nice and friendly and informative and just polite as we are. And that will present some challenges. But I do think it's important for that people watch this, right? There's a whole massive demographic, across all ages that just has no clue what the judicial system is about and what it's, and why it's important to follow and have transparency and understand. So that's my goal. And so I'm going to start doing that. I'm telling you that so you can hold me accountable. The fun thing that I have in the software I'm using, which is DaVinci Resolve Studio, has an option where you can go in and you say, it's a boring meter, and it will show you when you're on the same shot too long, when you've all your jump cuts and everything. It basically goes through like, this is where everyone's going to turn the channel. This is where someone's going to swipe up. So I'm scared to apply that, but I'm pretty sure it's going to say the whole thing. All right. That's, I want to attract people that use Southern Febreze. MEL, I did not follow the ASAP Rocky case. I saw Peter Tragos did a thing on it yesterday, and I've heard it was a wild ending. But I'd really, aside from knowing that Rihanna and maybe someone she's married to is involved in the case. That's it. All right, I would lose on the boring meter. They talk too slow. I have had to cut out so many pauses. That's why there's so many cuts in there. All right, I'm begging you to say a yapsap. ISAP. ISAP. Just kidding. ASAP. I'm sorry. If you capitalize every letter in your name, I'm going to read it like an acronym. You're not NASA. You're NASA. We don't say Phoebe for the FBI. I mean, some people do, but you need to say like capital A dash or capital A hyphen capital S lowercase AP for this to be ASAP. You can't just choose how people read it. All right, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, where we are today, we're waiting for court to begin. It's going to be a little bit before it starts. I don't know how it's going to go. And that's part of the intrigue. I believe that today is the last day of defense testimony, that we don't have enough witnesses to fill an entire day and going through tomorrow. So possibly closings today, maybe as soon as, I don't know, after lunch. What about $AP? Okay, Prince was the only person who got away with changing his name to a symbol. And we learned our lesson there, and we don't allow it anymore. So no dollar signs. Let's see. What time is court scheduled to start? I think it's 10 o'clock, which is about 23 minutes. FBI is now Phoebe. Aesop. Like Aesop's Fables. Hope defense has its act together today. Susan, I thought about everything I heard from the defense. And this is a gamble they took, and I think they lost. I don't know how they can turn this into a win. You can't. There's no way that he can say I was defending myself, because he was not in a place he was, rightfully allowed to be. He was not in his own home. He was not being attacked. He literally stalked, hid, snuck to her place after also committing, allegedly stalking and harassment to enter her home where he killed her. The no self-defense claim is legitimate based on the fact pattern that leads up to this. And the jury knows he did it now because the lawyer told him. And I don't know how they're going to say it was in defense of others, but I can't tell you who or what or why. Nicole Wise, thanks for everything, RA. How can I get stickers? I need the link. Have a great day. Couple ways. If you want a free sticker, I have almost 50 stickers left. If you want a free sticker, you can send a self-addressed stamped envelope to the P.O. Box. If you'd like to purchase them, we do have a pack of 10 that's available through our store at Sticker Mule, which is right here. Thank you, Samantha Terry, for the link. You can click on that. I think they also have some shirts and some magnets. The magnets are the same size as the stickers. Magnets are glossy, like so. And they're just a thin magnet, like a refrigerator magnet. And the stickers are metallic. Oh, helps if I put it right side up, huh? The stickers are metallic. The same picture, but have a little rainbow finish. So there you go. Those are both available at Sticker Mule. I think the 10 packs have free shipping on them. So, Megan with 8 letters. The idea. Love the idea. My kiddos are learning and loving it. That's awesome. That's cool. Put the sticker on the back window of my truck representing RA. I think that gets you out of a ticket. I'm pretty sure. I mean, don't quote me on this, but I think having an RA sticker in the back window of your vehicle is the same as pretty much having a license plate that says I support the police or being a member of those communities that fundraise for police efforts. It's pretty much a get out of jail free card, right? Don't quote me on that, and definitely don't bring that up in court. But the magnet that I ordered was upside down too, says Schmoopy. Well, there's a quick fix for that one. Just send it back, and I'll send you a right side up one.
There's a lawsuit.
Is it just Sticker Mule that ships to the UK? I believe yes. I can't. You can send a self-addressed envelope, but you'll have to have enough postage on it to get it overseas. And U.S. postage, I don't know if you can buy U.S. postage over in England to then mail back to me. It's really tricky. The Sticker Mule might be the best. Your sticker must have been lost in the mail? No. Unless I just haven't sent it. I've got a stack here. Hang on. I've got a few that need to make it to the post office. Nope, yours is out. I've only got 5 or 6 left to go out today. If you don't watch anything else from Reed yesterday, watch the end where Judge Bev comes back from a break. She was so mad. Okay, all I know about what happened yesterday in the Karen Reed trial is that Judge Beverly Cannoni sort of cut the hearing short because she received information from the feds that was extremely concerning to her, and it may affect the defense. That's all I know. So if you've heard anything beyond that, I haven't heard that she's released any statement or ruling or something on that. I've been looking at the mugs and T-shirts. Are they sold by you or someone else? Barb, all the stuff I have right now, I sell on a print on demand. So on the YouTube channel, there is some merchandise available that goes through, I think, Printify. And we have some mugs and a couple shirts. There should be like some pets, like a pet sweater, a doggy sweater, and stuff like that. But it's always sold out. My supplier never has any, and I don't know why they keep it up there. But I don't know, Swanee, I don't know what she got. I'm waiting to hear what it is. Let's see. Thank you, Josh. There's a link to some of the merchandise. Let me tell you how bad of a content creator I am when it comes to merchandise. You guys know I don't make a lot of it. I did the math on the mugs, and I think it's actually costing me 15 cents per mug I sell. Like, my cost is 15 cents more than I sell the mugs for. And I can't be bothered to change it. I don't want to raise the price. It's like 15 cents. I'll eat the 15 cents. That's all right. I appreciate you guys doing it. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I need somebody who's better at math than me to help me with merchandise. That's not exactly right about the Karen Reed trial. Charlie Smith, let me know what is. All I said is that's what I heard, and that's what I got, and most of it I got through Twitter. I didn't watch the hearing myself. Aunt Bev sighed about 1,000 times in the span of 1.5 minutes. Can somebody please cut that together and just have one continuous sigh? Oh, that would be hilarious. Brady B, welcome to the gallery. Why is this camera so dark? Is that me? Oh, yes, it is. That's a little better. Bev just wants a reason to get rid of Jackson. She hated him. It was wild. It actually came from the defense to the Commonwealth. It was an email between the ARCA guys. Ooh. It was Brennan misrepresenting the information, and instead of talking to Jackson about it, she got emotional and shaking and cut off the hearing. It was wild and crazy. Okay, we've only got 15 minutes. I don't think we'll have time to find it and watch it. The problem with the Karen Reed trial, which I think all of you are aware of. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let's use this mouse. And that keyboard. Yeah, I've got the video. Let me see if I can pull this up and see exactly how it. And it's right at the end, though, right? See if this is it.
So the Commonwealth just provided the court with information that causes me grave concern.
That was pure luck.
The implications of that information may have profound effects on this defense and defense counsel. So for that reason, I'm going to suspend today so that when we meet again to address these issues, all affected will be appropriately prepared. So I'll see you a week from today at 11 o'clock in the morning. You can tell me now if that is impossible for you.
Whoa. It was before this?
And where Mr. Brennan, where the federal authorities have been kind enough in the past to allow me to have copies of everything, would you be kind enough to call over there or check with whomever you were dealing with to see if I can in fact get a copy of everything that you just read?
I can, and there's a brief chronology I think Your Honor should be aware of. If I could add that right now, it would take me less than a minute. The chronology is December 4th, we sent another tour request, 2024. January 6th, we filed our notice of intention to exclude ARCA experts. January 30th, 2025, the United States Attorney's Office sent a response to both ours and the defense requests. Without any prompting, on February 6, 2025, the defense and the prosecution received an email from the U.S. Attorney's Office saying that the contract had ended with the ARCA experts and that if either party wanted to engage, the original materials are still protected. This was a change in position about whether a party could engage. On February 11th, we filed the motion to exclude. February 13th, the defense provided us the emails that I read. February 13th, 2025, I think I said the federal government. It was the defense. February 13th, 2025, they sent us the emails and the direct examination outline. We reached out to the federal government again because I was curious about the change in position on February 6th, that the contract has ended, but that parties could contact ARCA. Obviously, the Commonwealth is in no position to contact ARCA because that would naturally preclude the defense from retaining them. So we've refrained and we will not reach out to them.
All right, so the information that was provided to you, not from the federal government, I'd like a copy of before you leave the courthouse today.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 11 o'clock a week from today.
Your Honor, is it possible to move it one day to the 26th instead of the 25th?
That does not work. It would have to be at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Your Honor, if I may hand up the discovery that was
Thank you.
provided by the defendant reference guide.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
We can do the afternoon of the 25th if the morning doesn't work.
Did they say what it was before
The
then?
problem I have, Your Honor, is I've got a hearing on the 24th. I have to fly on the 24th even to be here.
So you can be on Zoom for this if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I'd rather be here, but I have to accommodate whatever the court's calendar is. I have to accommodate the court's schedule. If we can do it live, I'd rather do it live, but I will accommodate the court's calendar.
Are all parties available at 9 on the 26th?
I'm not.
Ma'am, just a moment.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna leave it leave it at this. We're not going to dig too much deeper into this one. Clearly the drama meter has gone much higher on this case inside the courtroom, which this is the type of drama I like in a trial. I'm not a big fan of the drama outside the courtroom. But the way the judge read that, I think this is not good for the defense. Legal More Briefs, thank you. There's rumors going around.
We'll accommodate the 25th, one way or the other.
All right. So we'll see everyone.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Just on behalf of Mr. Alessi, is there any chance the court would entertain the motion that he's doing today, or no?
No.
Okay.
All right, 11 o'clock on the 25th.
Thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
Whoa. Okay, so that was spicy. I can't see that being good for the defense. I realize the judge is asking for something from the prosecution, something they have, emails, documents. The way she says have a profound effect on the defense is like you could be disbarred. I mean, it's like it sounds like when a judge says a profound effect, that's really profound. No clue what's happening. I realize there is more to the story. If we watched the whole thing, it would make sense. I'm not going to watch the whole thing today, though. We're here for another trial. Documents that he lied about, though. I'm sure there's dirt on both sides. But if one party broke the rules or disobeyed a court order, that could be a profound effect. AJ said in a news report after where he said he did nothing wrong. But, not guilty. Guilty people plead not guilty all the time. Okay, the phone is blowing up. Hang on one second. And they hung up. I tried. Okay. We are as we wait for court to begin. Let me tell you this. It should begin within half an hour. Okay, it's a little bit late, but within about half an hour it's going to begin, and we're getting word that Zach is taking the stand. So, P. Will for real. Should I stop my purchase of 10,000 mugs? No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead. I'll spot. Hang on. Let me do the math on that one. I told you I'm bad at math. What's 10,000 times? Well, that's $1,000. That's $1,000. Maybe give me a few minutes to log in real quickly and adjust the price a tiny bit. Maybe like 20 cents up. Let's see. It's going to be spicy. Maybe next week we might watch the Karen Reed hearing just for the spice. All right. So it's going to be delayed for the rest of the trial. The whole trial has been delayed. We've just been playing catch up, and when we play catch up, it doesn't matter because we're delayed hours or days. Now that we're caught up, we've caught up to the delay. So the delay is continuing. Don't forget to add your tariff. Stream will come up at 10:07. Thank you, Josh. That's going to be... Is that going to be when the video starts, but then it'll be a while before they actually testify. Thanks, Nikki. I appreciate that. 10:07 will be... So 10:07 will be the start time, which means we have... just a handful of minutes, 12 minutes or so. Rona, I don't know because I don't know when this one will end. We like to sort of stick with it till the end, and then we'll see where we want to go from there. There's a lot of trials going on right now. There's a ton. You lost yours in the car wash. Oh, no. Yes, Aunt Toots. The answer is yes on that. Our debate. Today's a beautiful day. Just found out my insurance is going to cover a gym membership. I can now work out with weights and keep my old bones making new bone cells for free. There you go. That's awesome. Hope that works really well for you. Kitten says, I've got some challenge coins to send you, but I'm waiting on my kiddo to get me one from his squadron. Oh, that is awesome. I love challenge coins. I have a few. That I keep next to my desk. One from a metal detecting convention I went to. A spinner one from North Carolina. It's the Wright brothers. First in flight. That was us. I know other states claim first in flight because the Wright brothers were born there, or maybe they worked on it out of state, but they flew in North Carolina. So that one's all ours. Here's one from it's a September 11th sheriff token. It's really cool. I like that one. It's pretty. And then the Gettysburg, Battle of Gettysburg. It's a nice one as well. Got a couple more, but these are the ones I keep right here. I sent some to Runkle, to Ian, and he almost turned around and mailed them out to bidders. And I'm like, no, don't. I already mailed them out to the bidders. So those ones are for you. So challenge coins are basically they're a token. Usually they're 1.5 inches to 2 inches in diameter. That pretty heavy, thick token that's, it doesn't have really a monetary equivalent. But it's a design to commemorate an organization, an event, a group. Oftentimes it can commemorate an achievement. In the case of sobriety, you might have a token for a number of years of sobriety. You might have a 7-year sobriety token. Things like that. Yes, everyone's 30 minutes behind. The court feed's not allowed to go out for 30 minutes. Yes, military. They're very common in the military and in police, as well as some government positions, like attorney generals and governors and things like that. They'll make their own tokens to give out, and they're all swapped between similar groups and given out as like mementos and gifts to supporters. Regina, I've seen this a couple times. They did this to me when I was in Utah with the Corey Richins trial. They wanted it on a delayed feed. But the way the court wrote it is that they didn't specify how long the delay was. And so I worked with a very, very short delay there. They didn't like how short my delay was. Told me it needed to be longer. I'm like, then you need to specify. But yeah. Pantufle, a 19-year sobriety coin. That is awesome. Congratulations. That is massive. That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Pretty Lies and Alibis. Gigi is amazing. She's been live tweeting from the courtroom. She's been watching every day from inside the courtroom on this case, and she's done an incredible job. So she does a good job. Definitely worth a watch and a subscribe. Jennifer Juniper, thank you for sharing. Matthew and Melissa, we're good friends here in chat. Both of them wonderful community members. Matthew's having CT scans they've waited months for. Prayers for the clear scans. Thank you, Jennifer. We'll do that for sure. Yeah, that's Kim. That's an awesome milestone. Wow, they're growing. 29, 25, 29. These are goals. 19 years. we're gonna be coming back to court here in just a moment. And I've tweaked all the audio, so I need to go reset it. Crank it up just a little bit. Would you like a new Scotland Yard Challenge coin? Yes. Yes, very much. Very much so. Tell me what I need to do to send to you, and we'll make that happen. 20 years next year, Crime Trial Addict. That is great. 50th anniversary this year. Came at Red Queen, congratulations. 10 years for Sandra Marin, 2 years for Selena Kay, 15 years for Tracy Poole. Selena, I love this because you've shared the whole journey with us, and it is awesome. So I realize other people have larger numbers, but we were there for all of this one, and hard days and better days. Thank you, and that is so inspiring. Congratulations. 43 for Eeyore, 13 for Angela Angelo. 18 months sober. Recovery is life. That is awesome. Thank you for sharing. Krista OG, 3 years. Living in Paradise, congratulations on 2 days. You will make it to 10 and 20 and then years. You've got a great support group as well. Look at these wonderful people. There are people that have fought that same battle, and it is a battle. But they, it's not how many times you fall up, it's how many times you keep getting up and keep pushing on. And those days, especially at the start, are hard, and it's important to have a great group around you. But they do add up, and each time it adds up, you've got another victory. And as you can see here, you can win this one. Carolyn W., member for 20 months. Love everyone in this channel. RA, thank you. Thank you very much, Carolyn. Congratulations on 20 months, one of our OGs. Want to hit them double digits, says Samantha. That is awesome. 19 years cancer-free. Rebecca, congratulations. Crime Trial Addict. Thank you. All right. Any moment now, probably within the next 5 minutes, court's going to start. And we expect that Zach is going to take the stand. Now, I have not been watching Twitter because I realize they're half an hour ahead of us. They have all the answers. They know what's going to happen. But I'd like to watch it as it unfolds because right now I can't imagine. Well, I don't know the full limit that the judge has restricted their use of defense of others. I don't think he said you can't say it was in defense of others. But he definitely has said you sure can't go into the cheese pizza issue, and it sounds like you can't call the child, and you can't ask the detective certain questions, which we saw on the stand because he took the stand and they sort of got shot down there, and there might be one other person that they haven't been able to call. So the defense yesterday spent a lot of time doing a sort of proffer on the record for the appeal to preserve their complaint, saying this is what we would have gone into. We think it's right, and the judge was wrong to exclude it. It sounds like it's a really awkward argument to have with the judge right there, basically saying, Judge, we disagree with your decision, and we want to put this on the record because we're going over your head later. But it's the way the court works, and so they've preserved that for the record. It will be part of the appeal, and the appellate court, if they decide to hear this, will then be able to look at that evidence as if it had come in, without saying we have to guess what the evidence will be based on just a motion that defense made. So, I said as if it had come in. They can look at the evidence without it having actually come in to the jury. Thank you so much for being here during my sobriety journey. And yes, I probably overshared, LOL, but you're part of my recovery plan. Selena, that's not oversharing. I appreciate it. I love it. What was the pin SVU cop was wearing yesterday? Most of the police officers have been wearing a mini badge, which is, think of like a sheriff's badge with a ribbon around the outside of the points. So it's rounded on the edge, but the inside is a police or a sheriff's badge. Looks like a star of some sort. And that's been pretty constant. We've had probably 4 or 5 witnesses that wore that pin, I think, in this trial. And it seemed to be the same one. So all of them either with, I'm not sure, was he TBI or might have been TBI. Sinbad, congratulations. Friday, 2 months sober. Heart goes out to you for the loss you've suffered. But you're among friends and you can do this. You got it. Judge screwed up, says Virginia Little. He decided to keep the biggest parts of the story out. This is when I first started watching court, I was of the opinion that more information is better. The more the jury knows, the better. Why keep out something that somebody said outside of court? That's very relevant and pertinent to the situation, and it was something that people acted on and things like that. And it was always frustrating every time the judge would say, nope, that can't come in. It's like, but wait, that changes the story. That changes the scenario. You can't take one piece out of it and then try to decide if the action was right without the precursor. But where does it stop? Right? Where do you draw the line? It makes more sense now. It's less frustrating for me. But sometimes when there's a big story that's like on the fridges in the Colin Griffith trial, I thought the fact that he shot and killed his dad was both probative and prejudicial, but possibly a little more probative. That was a surprise that the jury can't know that now he is at his hands allegedly. Both. Well, I can't say that because the jury found him not guilty, and even though he said it was a struggle and the knife went into her neck, she fell on it. He never admitted to doing it, and the jury found him not guilty. So he's innocent of murder, but he was there when both his parents died, and had an altercation with both of them right before they died. The jury didn't get to know that. Okay. Selena K gifted a membership. Thank you, Selena, for your generosity. Krista OG also gifted a membership. Thank you. Buckle up. We should have video now. It's time. Kim, do you want to make your own challenge coin? Or do you want to buy a challenge coin? If you want to buy a challenge coin, I would type in the description of the coin or contact that organization. Like if it's a sheriff's office, a lot of them will sell or have one available. They usually use them for trading between agencies and things. But for sobriety coins, I'm sure you can purchase those online. Just search for a sobriety coin and the number of years. You should be able to find a couple different versions. Amazon or eBay would be your best. I watched last night before bed, and the judge said you can't use that defense. Then he gets up and says he's going to tell you why it happened. Why would he do that? The judge limited their defense. Oh, here we go. But he didn't completely restrict it, I think. So I think he is allowed to say, I did it in defense of others, but he can't say, everything why. We'll see how this goes. This is going to be crazy. There's a defendant. We expect him, we know he's going to take the stand this morning. Amber Fox, Wanda Florence, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. I'm antsy. Waiting for the jury here. While I'm waiting, I want to show off my shirt. Ready? I got a Courtroom Confidential shirt.
May it please the court, Your Honor, the defense calls Zach Hughes.
Boom. Second witness for defense. Zach Hughes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
This is a
Zachary David Hughes.
This is a side of him we haven't seen before. We only saw his right
How
side.
old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
Are you married?
No.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I do.
Tell this jury about your brothers and sisters.
I have 5 brothers and sisters. One is my biological brother, Eli, and the rest are my adopted siblings.
At one point, did you have 6 siblings?
Yes, I did.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Where were you born?
I was born in San Luis Obispo, California.
Did you grow up in the entirety of your childhood in California?
No, I did not.
From California, where did you and your family move?
We moved to Southwest Virginia when I was 11.
While you were still living in California, did you discover that you had an aptitude for music?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did your mom or dad do by way of an instrument to help you learn how to play music?
When I was maybe 4 or 5, my dad found an old Gobranson upright piano at a yard sale, and he bought it for, I think, $300 and rolled it down the street to our house. So I had an instrument to tinker on when I was young, even before I started piano lessons.
Describe, just in general to this jury, what was your, while you were in California and early on in Virginia, what was your home life like? What was it like to grow up in your house?
I had a great childhood. I have great parents. They raised my biological brother and I before we adopted in a Christian household. They taught us good values, the importance of good morals and service to others, and they supported me in every way imaginable, and I'm very grateful for them.
And Zach, you may want to back up just a little bit from the microphone. I think you're getting just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Thanks.
Good with pianos, not so much with
Describe
microphones.
for the jury, you talked about your Christian values in the household. Describe for the jury sort of the, early on at least, the connection between your parents supporting you playing music and the Christian dynamic in your family.
Yeah, originally when I was 9, my parents started me on piano lessons. Our pastor's daughter taught piano lessons, and my dad wanted me to play hymns and family devotions.
You testified earlier that you and your family moved to Virginia. Tell this jury where you and your family moved in Virginia.
It was a town called Abingdon. It's right next to Bristol, Virginia, which is known for the NASCAR Speedway.
Describe to the jury what your family's residence was like. Where did you live, and sort of describe that dynamic.
We moved to a small 3.5-acre farm. My parents liked the idea of raising some farm animals and giving my brother and I the opportunity to do physical work on a farm, and just the opportunity to be close to nature and grow up understanding the value of hard work.
In 2005, did your family grow beyond just you and your brother and your parents?
Yes.
Describe for the jury how your family grew in 2005.
The church we were a part of at a time really encouraged adoption, especially for families or couples who weren't able to have kids at that point in their life or at all. And as a result of this belief in the church that it was good to adopt, there were emails that would be passed around occasionally, and there was an email that was passed around with a photo of 5 Russian siblings who were up for adoption in Russia. And my family saw these photos, and our heart really went out to these kids. At first we thought they were all boys because their heads were all shaven for lice, and they were all wearing sort of the same kind of clothes, hand-me-downs. But they were 3 girls and 2 boys. And after a lot of prayer and thought and discussion about it, we decided we wanted to adopt these kids because essentially if we didn't, who would?
So, just briefly, let's talk about these kids. How old was the oldest child at the time your parents adopted them?
She was 10.
What was her name?
Her Russian name was Yelena, but we gave all the kids American names, so her name was Grace when we adopted her.
So Grace was 10. How old was the youngest?
18 months.
They changed the name of a 10-year-old? Is that normal?
We're going to come back to them in just a little bit.
I can understand if it was like impossible to pronounce, but Elena.
At some point, did you and your family move to South Carolina from Virginia?
Yes.
How old were you when your family moved to South Carolina from Virginia?
I believe I was either 15 or 16.
Where did you and your family move in South Carolina?
We moved to Travelers Rest in Greenville County.
I didn't know that. Thank you very much.
During this time, describe to the jury what is going on in your music progression, your life as a musician, and how you're progressing.
Like I said, I started piano at 9, and when we moved to Virginia, I became increasingly more interested and motivated in it. So by the time I was, say, 14, 15, I was practicing on average 6 to 8 hours a day. We were homeschooled, so this allowed me to do this. And by the time we had moved to Travelers Rest, I was very convinced that I wanted to pursue music as a career.
You testified you were practicing a lot. During this time, did your father do anything to provide the rest of the family some peace while you were practicing so much?
Yes, I like to practice late into the night and into the early morning hours, so my dad actually built me a soundproofed room out in the garage so I could do this without waking the neighbors.
So as your musical capabilities improved and increased, while you were in high school, did you participate in any music festivals, specifically regional music festivals?
Yes, many.
Did you ever win a prestigious regional music festival?
Yes, several.
Describe to the jury what opportunity you were given in connection with the South Carolina Philharmonic Orchestra.
In 2011, I participated in a high school piano festival in Columbia, South Carolina at the University of South Carolina called the Southeastern Piano Festival. And part of this festival, there was an international concerto competition. A concerto is a piece for a solo instrument and orchestra, so in this case, solo piano with orchestra. And that was the Arthur Fraser International Piano Competition, and I was awarded first prize. And part of first prize was the opportunity at a later date to perform a full concerto with the South Carolina Philharmonic. And maybe a year later, we did Beethoven's Emperor Concerto.
You testified about high school and your
not sure how it relates.
Your progression as a musician in high school. I want to talk about college. When it came to go for you to go to college, where did you apply to go to college?
I applied to 5 different conservatories in the country.
Were you accepted to any of those conservatories?
I was accepted to 3.
Where did you decide to go to college?
I went to the Juilliard School in Manhattan.
Which is like the best of the best of the best.
The year you applied, what percentage of applicants were granted admission to Juilliard?
I believe it was 7.2%.
And you were one of those musicians?
Yes.
When you were accepted, what, if any, inducements or incentives did Juilliard give you to attend their institution?
They offered me a generous financial aid package and a merit-based scholarship.
When did you begin your education at the Juilliard School?
I matriculated in the fall of 2011.
I want to talk about what you did while you were there. While you were at Juilliard, did you have an opportunity to participate in an international music festival?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about that.
There is an international music students festival in Kyoto, Japan, which is called the Rome Music Foundation sets it up, and they try to get music students from all over the world, from different countries, so they get a sampling of different countries, and they have a relationship with Juilliard, so an email was sent out to the student body asking if anyone wanted to participate, and I was selected to represent the States in Kyoto for this festival.
And so how many students from around the world participated in this festival?
Maybe 15 to 20.
And how many from America were selected to participate?
1.
And that was just you?
Yes.
Did you graduate from the Juilliard School?
Yes, I did.
When did you graduate?
In May of 2015.
And what was the degree you obtained upon graduation?
A bachelor's of music and piano performance.
Just briefly describe to the jury, after you graduated, what did you do in the music field for employment immediately upon graduation?
I did what a lot of conservatory graduates do who decide not to immediately pursue a higher degree. I did a lot of freelancing. I did some solo gigs, playing concerts. I did some accompanying. I taught some students. And I even took on some work in restaurants to supplement my income.
At some point,
starving artist,
were you given the opportunity to be on staff with the Knoxville Symphony?
Yes, I was.
When did you receive, or when was that opportunity given to you?
I heard about the audition. I heard that a spot had opened up for principal keyboardist in the Knoxville Symphony, and I heard about it 3 days beforehand. So last minute, I learned a bunch of excerpts and auditioned, and I was fortunate enough to get the job in 2017.
You talked about the principal pianist. Tell the jury what the principal pianist, what that title means and what your function was.
It is a principal keyboardist, so it's basically any instrument part in the orchestra that has a keyboard I would be playing. So it could be piano, harpsichord, synthesizer, Celesta.
Celesta, there's a new one.
When did you begin your employment as the principal pianist for the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2017.
When did your employment end with the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2018.
What did you decide to do in 2018 that required you to leave the orchestra? Or the symphony, rather.
I decided to enlist with the Marine Corps.
Because they need pianists.
You're a classically trained pianist. You have an opportunity with a symphony to perform with them, which is regular employment, and you decide to leave that and go serve your country in the Marine Corps. Is that correct?
Yes.
Describe to the jury why you decided to leave your job with the symphony to serve your country in the Marine Corps.
Since about my sophomore year of college, it had been something I'd been thinking about, military service. And obviously there's a window of time that you're able to do that in as you get older. You hit age limits and so forth. And it had just always been something I was interested in, the service of others, service to others aspect of it. I felt like, in a sense, I owed a debt to my country and to do some military service. And I also wanted the opportunity to experience a difficult training environment. And I figured the Marines they had a reputation of being the hardest, so that's the branch I decided to go for.
What, if any, attributes of your childhood or the home environment as you grew up, what, if any, of those attributes played into your desire to join the Marine Corps?
I think the way my parents had always instilled in us a good work ethic and an important sense of just a moral duty to others, it seemed like a very good opportunity for me to further develop some of these things in myself.
You testified that initially you enlisted in the Marine Corps. Ultimately, did your journey continue as an enlisted person in the Marine Corps?
No.
Why not? Tell this jury.
Did you wash out?
I was speaking with my recruiter, and they ask you a lot of questions, just trying to figure out who you are and what aptitude you might have for different aspects of the service you're going for. And he found out that I had a college degree, which meant, unbeknownst to me, that I was eligible for officer candidate school. So as soon as they found that out, they tried to funnel me into, it's a different recruiting program, but they got me in touch with the officer selection officer and encouraged me to go the officer route.
Okay.
During the selection process for officer candidate school, were you living in Tennessee at the time?
Yes, I was.
And briefly, if you would, describe for the jury during that period in Tennessee what the process was that was used for officer candidate school, or OCS, for selection.
It's a little different than recruiting. You have to go through a pretty rigorous selection process to even be invited to OCS, so you spend a lot of time with your OSO, or your officer selection officer, and it's their job to essentially train you up and get you ready so that you can pass the review board to get an invitation. So when I was living in Tennessee, I was doing a lot of training with him, preparing for this.
In Tennessee at the time, was there a board that also was tasked with reviewing applications for OCS?
Yes, there was.
And the cycle where you participated or your application was evaluated, do you know how many applicants the board authorized to go forward with OCS during that cycle?
One.
Was that your application?
Yes, it was.
Let's talk about OCS. At the time you began your journey in the Marine Corps, did Marine Corps personnel try to push you to a different area than you wanted to go to?
Yes, they did.
Describe to this jury what they asked you to do or what they wanted you to do.
As a recruiter, there are different boxes that I think you get bonuses in a certain sense if you can check, and one of those is the Marine Corps Band. So when they found out I had a background as a pianist, they really tried to get me to join the Marine Corps Band.
And when they asked you to join the Marine Corps Band, what did you say?
I declined. That wasn't the reason I wanted to join. I wanted to experience a different side of life, and I was interested in infantry.
Let's talk about OCS. During Officer Candidate School and your time there, were there metrics that were used by OCS personnel to evaluate physical fitness?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what those metrics were.
There's something called the PFT, the physical fitness test, and it consists of 3 areas. It's pull-ups to failure, maximum crunches under 2 minutes, and a 3-mile timed run.
What's a perfect score on that?
You can get a maximum of 100 in each of the 3 areas, so a perfect score would be 300.
What was your score?
294.
Ultimately, were you able to complete Officer Candidate School?
No, I was not.
Why were you not able to complete Officer Candidate School?
I was dropped after the 3rd week of Officer Candidate School due to level 3 stress fractures in both of my tibias.
So you had broken legs?
More or less.
At the time you were forced to leave Officer Candidate School, what percentage of the class were you in?
I was in the top 3%.
Do you remember how many members were in your OCS class at this time?
It was more than 400.
When you left OCS, how did you leave it with the Marine Corps?
The CO of Quantico, which is where Marine Corps OCS is at, asked me to return. He essentially told me to go home, heal, retrain, and come back.
And we'll talk about this more, but ultimately, did you return?
No, I did not.
At this time, do you consider yourself a United States Marine?
No, I do not.
Why?
That's a title you have to earn, and since I haven't completed my training, I did not earn it.
After you suffered the fractures in your legs, where did you go to rehabilitate and to heal?
I went back to Traveler's Rest, where my family is, and I stayed with them while I was healing.
And just to put a time on this, is this approximately 2019? Is that right?
This is late January of 2019.
So now you're living with your family in Traveler's Rest here in Greenville County. While you were living with your family and rehabilitating your legs, were you presented with an opportunity to play music?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what that opportunity was.
Through a series of mutual acquaintances, a woman by the name of Jeanette Wynn sent me an email and asked me if I would be willing to play an inaugural concert for their church. They had just received a gift of a very fine piano, and they wanted to have this concert sort of as a thank you to the donor and to show the congregation what it sounded like.
And so you were asked to perform using the gift of the piano that the church had received, is that correct?
Yes.
What was your response to that invitation?
At first I was inclined to say no because I was about 6 months out of practice. But the more I thought about it, it seemed like it would be a good thing to do while my legs were healing, so I accepted.
Describe to the jury, when did you play the inaugural concert on the piano, on that particular piano?
I believe it was in June of 2019.
Were you to be paid for the performance?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what the arrangement for the payment would be.
It was a flat fee honorarium for this one concert.
And was the concert well received?
Yes, it was.
I want to talk about, just briefly, you mentioned Jeanette Wynn in your introduction to the Wynn family. You first met Jeanette Wynn and other members of the Wynn family in what year? Was it 2019?
In 2019, yes.
And over time, did you develop a friendship with the Wynn family?
Yes, I did.
While you developed this friendship, did you share with the Wynn family a long aspiration you had held in the music context?
Yes, I did.
Tell this jury what that aspiration was.
Growing up, Beethoven had always been my favorite composer and something of a personal hero. And in 2020, that was going to be the 250th birthday for him. So I had this dream that I really kind of put on the back burner when I was intending to go through OCS. Well, this dream of playing all 32 of his piano sonatas in a series of concerts. And in passing, I shared this with the Wynns.
And when you shared that aspiration you had with the Wynns, what was the reaction of the Wynns and their church members?
They were very enthusiastic about the idea.
And so their support of your dream, what effect did that have on your decision to go back to the United States Marine Corps?
Playing all of these sonatas is not something you can really just decide to do. You need a venue to present them at, so you need external support. And when I realized how enthusiastic the Wynns and their church congregation were about this, I realized that there was actually a real way to do this. So it presented me with a very difficult decision, whether to go back to OCS or whether to do this passion project of mine that I didn't think I was going to ever be able to do. And I eventually chose to do the Beethoven sonatas.
Let's talk about this project. You said 32 Beethoven sonatas.
Yes.
How many pages of music comprises the 32 sonatas?
It's over 600 pages.
If you played those from beginning to end, how long would it take to get through all 32 sonatas?
It depends how fast you go, but roughly 11 to 12 hours.
To your knowledge, how many people have been able to accomplish this endeavor?
Beethoven.
I don't know the exact number.
There's one.
It's not many. It's something, probably only a dozen or two pianists have ever recorded. As to how many pianists have actually done it, I don't know if there's a record of that.
So let's talk about what you did to prepare. We're in 2019. When was the first concert on this project? When was that? When were you to perform that concert? When was that scheduled?
In January of 2020.
That's hilarious.
Where was that going to be? Where was that performance going to take place?
At the Wynns Church.
To prepare for this inaugural concert, where were you living?
At first, I was living with my family, and at a certain point, the Wynns extended an invitation to me to live with them because they had a piano that I could practice on, and I think they wanted to hear me practice.
Free concert.
So let's talk about January of 2020. Did you have your inaugural concert for this project in January 2020?
Yes.
And where did you perform this concert?
At the Wynns Church.
Were you to be compensated for this concert series?
The concerts were donation-based, and the church and I had agreed to split the proceeds 50-50.
Did you perform that concert in January of 2020?
Yes, I did.
How was it received?
Very well.
What percentage of the project, meaning how many sonatas, did you perform in the first concert?
I played 3 sonatas in the first concert.
When was the next concert?
In February of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the second concert?
I think 2.
When was the third concert?
In March of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the March concert?
I believe 3.
Was there were you able to perform a fourth concert in April of 2020?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
COVID had happened, which was making public gatherings impossible at the time.
So up until April of 2020, if you had to guess, what percentage of the project were you able to complete in those 3 performances?
Maybe 1/5 to 1/4.
Thomas, don't give
All
up.
right.
Don't give up.
During this time, were you working anywhere else to make a little extra money?
Yes, prior I had been working at Gianna downtown serving, and at some point I started working there again after COVID had happened, and I also took on some work with my dad painting houses and laying brick.
So when the pandemic hit, did that put a complete end to your music performances?
For the time being, yes.
At some point, did you decide to perform outside during the pandemic?
Yes, I did.
What instrument did you use to conduct performances outside?
I saved up some money and bought what was the best electronic keyboard on the market at the time.
A Nord?
And I needed something portable, and I also wanted something that would do justice to the pieces I was trying to play. So it was a Roland V piano.
Where did you, or how did you get the money to pay for the piano?
Through working with my dad.
So after you got the piano, did you begin to play music on the streets of downtown Greenville?
Yes, I applied for a performer's permit for public spaces, and then I started busking several times a week, taking my keyboard downtown and playing these sonatas at various spots in downtown Greenville.
It's about a $4,000 piano.
Start performing in downtown Greenville?
It would have been sometime in the summer of 2020.
Where were some of your most frequent locations where you perform music in downtown Greenville?
Probably the most frequent was right in front of Spill the Beans at the entrance to Falls Park, where the fountain is.
I want to talk about an evening in August of 2020 while you were performing outside Spill the Beans. While you were performing, did anyone make contact with you and introduce himself to you?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was John Mello.
97.
Was John
Must
Mello
have 88.
By himself, or was anyone with him?
He was with his daughter, Ayden Mello.
How old, best you can recall, how old was Ayden at the time?
She was 8.
Tell this jury about the interaction you had with John Mello when he first introduced himself when you were in front of Spill the Beans.
I didn't know who he was, but he came up and said he was a musician and asked if I'd be willing to take a request. He said his daughter's favorite piece was Claire de Lune, and I know that piece really well. It's a favorite piece of mine, so I played it for her.
What, if anything, did you observe about Ayden while you were playing Claire de Lune?
Like I said, she was 8, so she was pretty young. I had taught a lot of kids before, so I had experience with kids that age and their attention spans, which tend to be very short. So I was really impressed. I could see her out of the corner of my eye, and she was just enraptured from start to finish. Like she wasn't running around, she wasn't on a device, she was just completely caught up in the music, and that made a big impression on me.
After you played John Mello's request, before he left, what, if anything, did he give you?
He gave me a business card.
Did you use it to make contact with him after that first meeting?
Yes, I sent him an email.
Why did you follow up and begin to communicate with John Mello after that first meeting?
I got the impression from a few things he said and from the card that he was in the rock and roll world, which that's something I had never had much contact with as a classical musician.
He did his own slurping.
And he seemed like a great conversationalist. He was charismatic and outgoing, and I thought it'd be interesting to get coffee with him at some point.
And did you meet with John again after that night in August of 2020?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the period between the time you met John and Ayden Mello in August of 2020 until the beginning of October of 2020. During that period of time,
here comes more water.
How many times did you physically meet with John Mello?
Maybe 6 or 7 times.
When you met with him, was he by himself or was with Ayda with him?
With one exception, Ayda was always with him.
Tell the jury what the activities you and John and Ayda would do together in that period.
We'd get coffee a few times. I saw them and Ayda spontaneously because I was performing and they walked up like the first time. We got pizza once. We went to an art gallery, things like that.
Tell the jury what your impressions were of Ayda as you got to know her in the late summer, early fall of 2020.
They were extremely positive. She's a really special kid. She was definitely mature beyond her years, like I talked about. She could hold a conversation with adults. She looked you in the eye. She seemed really cultured, like she'd had a lot of exposure to different places. She'd traveled like almost as much as I had. She was always telling me about trips she and her dad had taken, and it was just very evident to me that she was a very healthy, loved child. She clearly loved her dad, and it was obvious that he had done a great job raising her. And I was convinced that she was a happy, healthy kid, and he was a great father.
Let's fast forward to the beginning of October of 2020. When is your birthday?
October 2nd.
On your birthday, October the 2nd, 2020, how did you celebrate your birthday?
At this point, Ayda had visitation with her mother, Christina Parcell. So this was the one time I saw John where she wasn't with him. And John wanted to show me some of his favorite taco stands out on White Horse Road. So we celebrated my birthday together and went to a couple bars, had dinner, ended up getting tacos at the end of the night.
At the beginning of the night, what was John's mood?
Very festive.
By the end of the night, had his mood changed?
Yes, it had.
Describe what his mood was at the end of the night.
Towards the end, at one of these taco stands, he became very pensive and even distraught. And he started to tell me about really grave concerns he had about his daughter, specifically when his daughter was with her mother, Christina Parcell. And he essentially said that whenever Ayda's mother had visitation, he just never could rest easy until he got Ayden back, and that he just didn't trust her, and he thought that she wasn't responsible and that she might even hurt her at some point. And I mean, frankly, the mood of the evening took a big dip because of this. It was clear that he just was terrified about the danger his daughter was in, and this made a big impression on me.
So, when you were with John on your birthday of October 2nd, 2020, where were Ayden and Christina Parcell?
I believe they were on a road trip to see family, maybe in Alabama or somewhere farther down south.
When was she due back to Greenville?
I believe the next day, or in the next couple of days.
When she returned, where were Ayden and John going to go?
They were going to go to Italy.
Did John tell you that?
Yes.
When John told you that he and Ayden were going to go to Italy, what did you think about that? What was your reaction to that?
I thought it was great. I knew at this point that John's parents were Italian, and Ayden, I thought, stood to gain a great cultural experience from it. And I just thought if I had had the opportunity to travel and live in Italy when I was 8, I would have jumped at that. So I was really excited for both of them.
Did they go to Italy?
Yes.
So in October, John and Ayden Mello go to Italy. Tell this jury what you're doing in October, November of 2020, musically and otherwise.
At this point, musically, I was still performing on the streets of Greenville, and I was also talking with someone who curated a museum of historic instruments downtown, the Sigel Music Museum. This man was Tom Strange, and we were discussing the possibility of revamping the Beethoven project I had been planning to do that got cut short by COVID, by essentially doing the concert series again throughout 2021, but this time recording them so that we wouldn't have to deal with the issue of gatherings with COVID going on.
And did you and Tom Strange solidify a plan for resurrecting the Beethoven project?
Yes, we did.
Thank you, Roro.
Just generally speaking, describe for the jury sort of the intensity of the schedule, the intensity of the lead up to that project.
Yeah, so as a classical musician, at least, just because you've played a piece doesn't mean that you know it forever and you're never going to forget it, and it's never going to cost you any more work. It would be like you may have run a marathon once before in your life, but if you haven't trained for a year, it's not going to be easy for you if you go and try to do it again. So I was going to have to relearn all of this repertoire because I had only been playing certain of the sonatas downtown. And with the recording schedule, I was going to be meeting with him. There was going to be other people and other equipment involved. So essentially, I was going to have to commit to a schedule where we'd meet more or less once a week to record one sonata a week throughout 2021 and stick to that schedule. So it was going to be strenuous and a lot of work, and I knew this going into it.
And when was the first recording set to occur on the project with Tom Strange?
I think around January 2021.
And beginning in January, how many performances on the project? What was the time frame on the remaining performances on the project?
Again, it was roughly one a week. These sonatas are not all the same length. Some are short as 12 minutes. Others, one lasts about 45 minutes. So depending on the piece, we were allocating enough time for me to get ready.
All right, so let's talk about from, again, October to April of 2020. John and Ayden leave in October. Between October and April, describe to the jury what the communications were you were having with John Mello, the frequency of the communications. Just tell them about that.
Like I said, I was excited for them. I was excited for Aida to be able to have this experience. Based on what John had told me about Aida's mother, I thought it was good that there was distance in between them. And our communications had died off a bit after they left. John is interesting. He's also a lot. He's a very dramatic person, and it was a bit of a relief to just not be running into him downtown all the time, because I had a lot of practice I was doing, and sometimes I didn't have time to hang out as much as he might have wanted to. So our communications petered out.
Were you relieved in some ways that your communications with him had slowed down or stopped?
To a degree, yeah.
All right. In April of 2021, did your communications with John and the frequency of them increase dramatically?
Yes.
Why did your communications with John increase dramatically in April of 2021?
Like I said, our communications had petered out, but they hadn't completely ceased. So he had let me know that Christina Parcell, Aida's mother, had been filing, I think, some stuff with the family court in Greenville in order to try to get her daughter back. He was very worried that she might succeed in doing this for reasons I've already spoken about. And in April, he sent me a message, and it was clear from the text that he was very upset, just saying that, Zach, they took Aida. What am I going to do? Something about along those lines.
After he told you in April of 2021 that they had taken Aida, did he begin to tell you in greater detail what his concerns were and more information about his concerns?
Yes.
What happened next?
At this point, I found myself in kind of a conundrum because, like I said, I had appreciated having some distance from John. But by the same token, I was becoming increasingly more concerned about his daughter, Aida. So while I might have wanted to not continue communicating with John for the sake of his daughter, I felt that I had a certain sense of responsibility to help him with what he was dealing with this custody battle for his daughter's sake. We began communicating probably every day, at least by text, often by phone calls. I was giving a lot of time towards hearing what he had to say, towards trying to help him in any way I could. Some of the things I did to help him were, first, he needed counsel. He needed a lawyer in family court. So I was calling a bunch of lawyers in Greenville, trying to find someone who could help him, and by helping him, help Aida. I ended up cleaning his house in Greenville. He had left it with a tenant who absolutely trashed it. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. Like the air was hardly breathable. So I was buying a dehumidifier, getting cleaning supplies, hiring Mikey Manigo, who testified last week, to help me clean out his house so that he would have a place to show family court, that he had a home that would be a safe place for a little girl and him to be living in. I told him when he came back I'd pick him up from the airport. But notably, while we were having these conversations, he began to tell me in much more detail what his concerns were about Christina Parcell. And, well, in order for you to understand what my reaction was to what he was telling me, you need to know what my experience was with my oldest adopted sibling, Grace.
Oh, this is a back
So when we adopted these kids, we really didn't know much about them.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach? Sure.
This is an attempt to get to the cheese pizza by telling someone else's experience and saying, we found out about this, so I was aware about this, and this affected me that way. So when I heard about the thing I can't tell you about, I took this. This is like the red flag has been whipping in the wind, is a little bit frayed right now. I can tell you that Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis has been saying that the jury is basically rapt attention. No one is blinking. They're all watching intently, watching Zach on the stand. They're into this completely, and he looks completely calm on the stand, the way he's testifying. This could be huge. If he's allowed to finish this thought, not knowing the situation, I can tell you it sounds like this poor girl that they adopted had experienced abuse. There's an interesting, look how packed the courtroom is. Most of the courtroom is full of supporters for Zach, by the way.
Will you please take the jury back to their wonderful room?
Out goes the jury. Oh my goodness. A proffer or an argument? Please, Judge, let us hear the argument. Nope, jury's gone. We have to look at the wall. This is the judge's order. We're going to monitor and see what is happening here. Oh my goodness, this is a sneaky. The judge has ordered that he can't bring in anything about Ada, and they have flirted with the line right up to it. Concerns, behavior, how she was, what was going on there. They've talked about if he connects these two dots. I think you can say it did cross the line. Let's see. All right, the jury is out. The state says with the line of questioning, this is from Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis, who's in the courtroom right now. The state says with the line of questioning, they're trying to backdoor the child abuse materials in by Zach talking about his adopted siblings being abused. Zach says he won't allow, or judge says he won't allow Zach to talk about his siblings being abused. Okay, and that was 27 minutes ago. I'm not sure how long this goes, but the jury is listening. I realize he's had a very, I would say Zach's had a very aloof presentation. He's his stance, how he sits, he's proper, how he leans forward and shares the answer, looking at the jury, and then sits up again. It's a very proper, almost like a formal type testimony. Very calm. He hasn't been, his inflections have been measured throughout every answer. The answers have been clear, and we haven't had any objections either to break up the presentation. And the jury has been, I wouldn't say sucked in, but the jury is listening with rapt attention, and all eyes are on him. Gigi says no one's blinking when he's testifying. Kind of like a robot, but also a very fancy robot, that plays the piano really well. The story he told, it a lot more background than I think the prosecution should have allowed in, but it did build up and then connected. So at the point where wow, this is going on for a long time, they did bring it to the relevance of how he met Ada and Mello and how that came together. I'm curious though, with going into that background, I realized jurors have, when they're in voir dire, they might be asked questions about, do you know the defendant? And they'll say the name, like, Never heard of that name in my life. Zach Hughes? No, don't know Zach Hughes. But when he says, during this year, I would go downtown and I would sit out right here on my piano and I would play the piano. I wonder if there are jurors who are sitting on the piano and like, oh, that was him. I heard that. I wonder if there's a juror now who's like, I used to hear that on my lunch break. I wonder if he's got some sort of connection. Yes, that's how I know him. What happens now? Do we get a note from a juror? If that's the case, I'm just speculating here. But he's somebody who was out in public often in a way that you wouldn't necessarily think, oh, Zach Hughes. That was, is he trying to form a connection, or at least hope that there's a connection somewhere? Oh, my goodness. Case has been so confusing. Do we even know why she was killed, even if it was not him? It was him, Becca. That's the thing. His attorney got up and said, we're going to tell you. He's going to take the stand, and he's going to tell you he did it and why. So the question of who done it has been answered by his attorney. It was Zach. Zach did it. Now we have to just get to the why, if it's allowed in. Gigi says she used to hear him play. See, that's it. He's the piano man. He played at churches. He played at concerts that were well received. It sounds like there was a lot of people in attendance. I wonder if in the questioning of the jurors when they went to seek to impanel the jury, if they asked those questions, saying, "Have you ever heard this guy play the piano downtown in a church?" Anything like that. I'm curious. I'm curious. Let's see. The updates from Pretty Lies, I'm trying not to go too far because there's a chance we might get video back. I've got one from 9 minutes ago, but I'm not sure if that's happening in the presence of the jury or not, so I wasn't going to share that with you until it's apparent that we're not going to hear it. I don't want to spoil it if it's going to play it on the screen. A couple of you said this about Zach being groomed by Mello, that he was that Mello may have used him to do his dirty work. In his mind, he did nothing wrong and doesn't care. It's clear. He holds strong in his conviction. New Buck Foss, I think you're right. I think it would be very difficult for someone to fake this level of confidence and calm. I think he is convinced that he is in the right. Let's see. Charged with murder, harassment, conspiracy, possession of a deadly weapon during a crime, burglary in the first degree. Let's see. He already confessed. Plus, jury wants to know why everything else is nonsense. Plus, he was never in danger. He premeditated the murder. The interesting thing is the jury, the way the defense did this, and maybe this was really smart. The way they deferred their opening statement until after the state had finished, and then said Zach did it. The jury could be like, then I don't have to worry about everything else I've been trying to keep in my mind, and now they've got free mental capacity to just listen to the story that the defense presents. They don't have to worry about did he do it. Now it's just why. Let's see. Zach has swayed me. He's got a compelling story so far. Let's see. It has to tie in a little bit, and it's got to feel right. Right? He's got to say, I made this decision as it was a sound decision based on everything. I tried everything else first. That's important. He's got to say, I tried everything else first, and I couldn't get help. I don't think the South Carolina law allows that, but I mean, the law is written so as to, I guess the approach again. The law is written such that there needs to be an immediacy to the need to defend someone else. I don't think you can get around that, but let's see what he does. Are we sure the victim was guilty of what Zach believed she did? Mace Windu, there's some very solid evidence that police found on Mello's phone. There's appears to be zero question that the child was the victim, and the pictures portray the child and her mother and other. It's not good. Let's see if we've got the jury coming back in. Trying to look in the judge's glasses to see the reflection in the courtroom. He needs to look up a little higher. Oh, sorry, on Post's phone. I said Mello's phone. I was completely wrong. Mello's phone, no. On Post's phone, Post was the guy who called 911 after Christine was found dead. When she was found dead, Post calls 911, the police respond, and in their investigation to clear Post, they check his phone. And on his phone, they found the images. That is why they arrest Post. And when they arrested him in his garage. He was on the phone to his lawyer at the time, had his phone in his hand, and was arrested there. He also testified early on in this trial in orange jumpsuit, in shackles and chains, because he's held in custody pending his trial. Loving Life, they did bring him in. Those were all the scrambled WhatsApp messages. We got those in. We got to decode them live. Here we go.
Zach, where we left off, you were telling this jury about your oldest sister, Grace.
Yes.
Continue.
Did I count that objection already? I don't think I did.
I don't say this lightly, but my oldest sister, Grace, was the most evil human being I've ever met in my life. She was 10 when she came into our family. The Russian government didn't tell us much about the kids, so we weren't aware of any, if any, behavioral issues. There may have been, and there were many, but specifically with her. I would describe her without reservation as an affectionless psychopath. It wasn't that she was immoral, it was more that she was amoral. She didn't have a sense of right and wrong. Her emotional compass was seemingly non-existent. She was just dead inside. She was a masterful manipulator and deceiver. She could lie at the drop of the hat for reasons that might involve her personal gain or just for the heck of it. She would invent the most absurd, crazy, gruesome stories just to get a reaction out of people. And she could talk about this stuff with the same tone that you might talk about making a sandwich. And this from a girl that I knew between the ages of 10 to 14. It was incredibly disturbing, and the things I learned about that type of personality have stayed with me my entire life, because I've never met someone like this since. And with one exception, I had never even heard someone describe another human being like this. And one of the things that is so dangerous about someone like this is,
no objection.
She was literally like a vampire who would just suck the goodness out of other people around her. She could be very emotional, and she would fake these emotions in order to elicit a response in you, a sympathetic response. And if, for instance, you were accusing her of doing something like stealing or hurting one of her siblings, she would weep and just beg you to believe her and say, no, I didn't do it. And then if you would present her with irrefutable proof that we knew you had indeed done this, it was like a mask would just fall off her face. And I mean, she'd just look at you with shark eyes. And no matter how many times we would go through this cycle with her, where she would deceive us and betray our trust and hurt people in our family, she would always reel us back in, because there's something in normal, good people that wants to believe that someone like this can change. You want to believe that there's redemption for someone like this, and that they might change their ways and become a better person. And she knew that. And she would use that in order to ingratiate herself again and regain our trust, only to betray that trust again harder than she had the first time. And this happened dozens of times, and it created an incredible amount of strife in our home. She could manipulate my parents and drive a wedge between them. She was just an incredibly intelligent person and incredibly evil. And having met someone like that, it made me able to understand, and even though I didn't want to, accept the fact that people like this exist, whether you want to believe it or not. And if you trust them, you are only ever going to get hurt by them again. You have to forgive them at some point. And that was a very difficult thing for me to do. It took me years, but eventually I had to accept an apology from this girl that I never got and was never going to get. And I had to do it for myself. But I would never trust her again. That would be insane, for my own safety or for the safety of others. So this is an experience which I think is somewhat unique. I think most people have not met someone like this. And I mean, we might watch true crime documentaries or things like this, and we know that technically these people are real, but they exist on Netflix or in someone else's lives, and we never once believe that it could be someone we know, or that it could be someone living next door, or that it could be someone that our children play with, or someone we might allow to look after our kids. So knowing this is essential to understanding my reaction to what John began to tell me about Christina Parcell in April and May of 2021, after Ayden had been taken back to Greenville. He started describing Christina Parcell's character and her personality. And as he was going through various points, he kept saying, Zach, I know you're not going to believe me. Like, I know this sounds overblown and dramatic, and you probably think I'm exaggerating. And under other circumstances, I would have, because John does, he's a big storyteller, and, when people are talking about their exes, like, everyone thinks their ex is the Antichrist. So, of course, I was sort of predisposed to be biased against what he was telling me, except for the fact that point by point, everything he described about Christina Parcell was exactly the same as my sister Grace. He told me that Christina Parcell was a master manipulator. He said she can lie at the drop of the hat and you'll never know it. He said she was incredibly charming. He said she was incredibly intelligent and talented. He used to say she was smarter than he was, but that her biggest fault was that she was lazy. And she had this arrogance combined with her laziness that was essentially born out of the fact that she knew she never really had to work too hard at anything in life. And she could even sacrifice trust with people and tell them lies that could easily be found out, because ultimately she was completely confident in her ability to reel someone back in, no matter how bad she had burned them before. And he could have been describing Grace to me because I knew this behavior. I had lived through this behavior. So at this point...
I'm sorry. When he was describing these features to you of Christina, had you ever told him about Grace? Did he know anything about Grace?
No. I don't make a habit of talking about Grace to people. One, it's incredibly difficult to speak about, and two, most people, having not met someone like that, it just doesn't really land most of the time. They don't understand what you're talking about.
It doesn't land.
So no, John had no idea that I'd had this experience with Grace, which made me realize that there was no way he could have possibly invented this, because no one would get it right point by point by point unless they had met one of these people. And that was the first thing that really raised a huge red flag with me and made me think that despite the fact that he can exaggerate and overblow the truth, and he's often not very believable when you listen to him, I was convinced at that point that he must be describing something true, because no one would know how to describe it so specifically and accurately if they were just making it up. And I was right to believe him. So, in addition to this description of her character, and one last thing about Grace and Christina by correlation, one thing Grace was she had an addiction to doing was not merely stealing from you or sucker punching one of her siblings just to assert dominance or doing other terrible things to her siblings. She would recruit her other younger siblings to do these things for her. She would get off on making little duplicates of herself and training and enlisting her siblings to act as proxies for her so that she wouldn't actually get in trouble, because she knew that we all had our eyes on her because of her behavior and we knew we couldn't trust her. So if she even had 2 minutes with one of her younger siblings where no one was within earshot, she would tell them, hey, Mom's going to go check the mail. I just saw the mail truck go. When she's doing that, I want you to go run into her bedroom and go into her jewelry, or go and get this for me and we'll split it. Go and get that food that Mom said we can't have till the weekend or something. So she was an incredibly corrupting influence on anyone around her that she could exert her influence on. Again, I called her a vampire who sucks the goodness out of others. This is an incredibly appropriate metaphor, because that's what vampires do. They're intelligent, they're dead inside.
They're not real.
And they eventually kill the people around them unless they find someone who might be useful to them, and then they create a duplicate of themselves that they can control. And this is exactly what Grace would do. So when John was telling me all this...
Does he believe in vampires?
I realized that there was an incredible danger that what Christina Parcell was a future preview of what Aida Mello could potentially become if she was left in this woman's custody and was raised by her.
Whoa.
And the facts have borne out that I was right. But
objection. Sustained.
We'll instruct the jury to disregard the last comment.
That was some mental gymnastics
at
there.
At some point, was Grace actually removed from your family?
Yes.
Describe for this jury why, or the circumstance or the event that prompted her removal from your family.
It had been 4 years of what I've been describing. She had been sent to different girls' homes around the country, many of which had records of never expelling a single student, and she was the first for many of them that they expelled and sent back to us. And it finally just got so bad that we realized she was going to be a physical danger to our family. I discovered a diary that she had made where she described in detail my parents having their eyes gouged out and dying, and how once my parents were out of the way and dead, she would be able to assume her role as rightful queen of the country. So she just had these psychotic, psychopathic delusions of violence and grandeur. And we called the SS and asked them to remove her from the home.
She was 14.
We're going to come back to that in a second, or in a little while.
It's not.
You testified about things that John told you about Christina. Did he also provide you with other information about Christina that informed your opinion of her or what you came to know about her?
Yes.
what were some of the documents or other pieces of information that John provided you?
No objection to hearsay.
We're not offering it for its truth. We're offering it to show
Yes, you are.
what he knew. In State versus Vic, I've cited, Your Honor, we are not offering it for its truth.
Allowed. Oh, wow.
He offered me, among other things, 3 very pertinent collections of information. One was the photographs that have been discussed that I sent in mailings to various people, along with advertisements from an escort website, which were connected with these photographs. These photographs were of Christina Parcell in various stages of undress. And John told me that they were prostitution advertisements from her previous career as a prostitute. And looking at these photographs,
that was hearsay.
There was no doubt in my mind that that's what these were. And I don't say this in any way to try to shame. It's simply that, I mean, who said it? Like pornography, you know it when you see it. Well, I think the same can be said in terms of these photographs. They were not cute, sexy, intimate photographs that someone might send to someone they're dating or something. They were lewd and tasteless, and there was a very clear element of advertising, a commercial element. So when I looked at these, there was a vacant, arrogant, almost derisive look in her eyes that reminded me so much of my sister. It was a look that said, I can get you to do whatever I want because you want what I have to offer you. And coupled with this was a deposition from 2016 that Christina Parcell had given.
What?
Zach.
Deposition?
Let me show you, Zach, what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 46. Take a look at this.
Yes, this is the deposition.
This sound is going to go off in my head nonstop.
Defense Exhibit 46 into evidence.
State objects.
Quick
Not
objection.
hearsay.
Come on up. Okay, they're now trying to enter a deposition of Christina into evidence. Not exhibit, but into evidence. This would be something that would go back with the jury to the deliberation room. This story, okay, his demeanor's changed a little bit. He's shown a deep-seated disdain. Once he started talking about his sister Grace, and initially once he got past she was the most evil person in the world ever. She wanted to gouge my parents' eyes out and take her rightful role as queen, as vampire queen, was it? Vampire queen? I forget. I thought for sure I would have bet a size all of your earnings. I would bet all your earnings on the fact, none of mine, that he was going to say that she was suffered abuse and make that connection, and he didn't. He took a U-turn, a sharp left, right at the last minute, and went with my 10-year-old sister was evil incarnate, and I saw that in Christina. That is, and the screaming goat moment for me. The screaming goat moment for me is when he said the reason. I saw this. I looked at Christina and I saw that Ayden would become like her mom unless there was an intervention of some sort. That's why this is why I did it, so that Ayden wouldn't become like her mom. Because her mom is this vampire that sucks the good out of people and gets them to become her little underlings. Don, I could not write this. He projected all of his hate of Grace on Christine. I am seeing a little bit of a God complex there, where he's Kathy's saying, I vote not guilty. Kathy, you're loving this. This is wild. I don't know what Dr. G's schedule is. Usually it's Fridays that he's available. I might reach out to him and see what he has going. Okay, Lacey, I'm watching this testimony, and I'm looking at Zach, and I'm getting both the feel that he was manipulated and that he might be manipulating. He's describing this. First of all, his language skills are next level, right? He's using big words properly and effectively. So he's got this skill. His communication ability is very, very high. He's communicating at a high level with the jury, and then he's describing these abilities and being able to recognize the abilities and describe them very well. The first thing I think is, did you learn anything from Grace? That's the first thing that came to my mind. Did you learn any of this from Grace? If in fact it was true that Grace was this bad kid, did you learn anything from her? And are we seeing any of that in you now? He describes the ability to be able to tell a story and get anyone to believe it. Even these crazy fanciful stories. He did. He believed that she wanted to gouge his parents' eyes out and become vampire queen, and he bought that. He's clearly a firm believer in vampires, and probably, I don't know, does he carry like a silver stake with him? I've never heard somebody testify about what vampires do. Vampires are fictional characters that were created in story form first, and then brought to life in movies. And he's presenting this as a legitimate fear that we as humans have to watch out for real life vampires. Silver's werewolves. What is it? It's a wooden stake. See, I'm not prepared. I would do the wrong thing. It's like I would probably fight a grizzly too. I just don't know what to do when you're met with that scary monster. We need to call Grace to the stand. Oh man, he's thrown Grace under the bus completely, and describing this is the part that was just like another one of these moments. Ready? He describes Grace as this incredibly evil, manipulative, heartless, soulless child, right? Who literally plays other people's emotions just for the joy of being able to manipulate people, and for no other reason, even if there's no other benefit for her. And then he's like, yeah, like she would steal jewelry or food. Okay, you've got some kids who were raised incredibly in probably very difficult situations. That's probably why they ended up being available for adoption. Okay, nice families that are able to provide for their kids and have no trauma or drama or food insecurity or anything else. Probably don't just be like, family was fun, but we're done. We're just going to go ahead and put all little ones up for adoption, and we'll try something else. They probably had a lot to deal with and work through. And food insecurity, even once a child has been brought from that environment into an environment where there is plenty, they still might have the urge to steal and to hoard it because they never know when it's going to go away, and it's been ingrained in them on that level. And if he is saying, she was so evil she would get her brother and sister to steal food that wasn't supposed to be eaten until the weekend. Oh my goodness. Okay. Guys, tell me I'm not alone on this one. This is wild. Well, the judge said he couldn't talk about certain things, so he pivoted. This was a huge pivot. Zach does not get to decide who lives and dies. If AM was abused, take it to the police. I think we're going to get to that. And I think that's key for this story. If he wants a hope of maintaining the jury, here's what needs to happen. He needs to do what he says Grace and Christina were so good at, because I think he's lost us a little bit. We've been burned by what he said. He needs to reel us back in now. This is the next thing that needs to happen, is to reel us back in, to get us to believe him again. And if he does that, that would prove my point. that maybe he was learned a lot from Grace, or maybe he was the bad one. I don't know. Is this? I'm trying to think of what movie this is like. Is this like The Good Son? What movie would he be like reenacting for us on the stand here? He's creating a delusional story of an illusion. I'm not burned. Free Zach, says Kathy. Kathy, I'm not going to do a poll right now. I am intrigued. I'm intrigued by the story, and I definitely think I can see where they're going. I say that having been wrong many, many times just today in saying that. But it seems like they're laying the foundation, the groundwork for why he would feel justified in killing Christina. But there still has to be, that's still a huge jump for me, because it's not just enough to say, I thought it was a good idea. The jury has to get to the point where they say, yeah, we think it's a good idea too. That's a huge leap, and he has to build that bridge and bring it there. Primal Fear is the movie. Oh. Shark Eyes and Vampires. I got somebody calling. Hang on one second.
Call from Amanda H.
Amanda, we've got just a minute.
Hey.
I'll have to cut you off. The judge comes back. But what are you thinking?
That's fine. I got real quick. He's everything he's describes Natalia Grace. Brought over from Russia. Evil, stealing, hoarding food, hiding food. It's like he watched The Curious Case of Natalia Grace.
And they named her Grace.
Exactly. I could be totally wrong, but I mean, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck.
You're hearing quacking sounds. Let me. I don't know that story. First of all, I'm not well cultured enough to have read or watched whatever that is. So I don't know, but it was a controlling, manipulative as a child.
They suspect. Okay, so she got adopted from, I can't remember if it was Russia or Ukraine. It was one of the two. Brought her over here. They were trying to say when they brought her over here, she was manipulating them, that she was actually an adult and not a child, but she's a small person. And she lived with this family, and then they didn't want her, and this family adopted her, and then this family adopted her, and she was just pure evil, and the stuff she would say to them and do, and they put her, the second family, put her in a house by herself because they had her legally changed, her birth date legally changed, where she was of age, and she was only 12. It's crazy. You need to look into it. But everything he's describing her sounds like Natalia Grace.
Wow. All right. So, thank you, Amanda. We'll add that to the possible watch list.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure you can find some quick stuff on YouTube about it, but Netflix has a movie.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll see you.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, this testimony has gone off the rails a little bit. I think right now I want to hear from some more court watchers to see if he lost the jury on that last little bit, especially that moment where he formed the connection between that he didn't want to see Ada turn into what Christine was, and that if somebody didn't intervene, that's what she would become. He was preventing her from becoming a vampire. Hence the stabs. You stab a vampire. I'm trying to see what the connection is. Did he use a wooden stake? I mean,
call from
gossip, rumor, and innuendo.
Kathy, be gentle to my channel.
Hello.
What's happening?
I'm going to be gentle and tell you I would never convict him. Never. You're sitting over there with your unharmed brain and no
hear your
trauma.
dog. I can only hear your dog.
Oh, Jesus. Hang on.
Okay.
Let me go where they are not. I said, you're sitting over there with your unharmed brain and no trauma. Oh, my goodness. I would never convict him.
What about the law? Is this a jury nullification moment? What?
We have those. I mean, sometimes,
So you got to make exceptions sometimes?
always. I mean, I think you should follow all the laws that you can. But,
or want to. Okay, well, South Carolina has a law you can't kill someone in defense of others unless there's an immediate threat.
In this case, I mean, oops. Can he just be sorry?
We might get to that part. I haven't seen that yet. I don't see in him regret or remorse yet, but we haven't got to that part of the story. And he has a very, very flat delivery.
It's the trauma. This unaliving was a trauma response, and free Zach.
Okay, Kathy. I look forward to hearing.
That hair. Hair is amazing. But okay, yeah, go back to your show.
I look forward to hearing your summation tomorrow morning. I'm sure it's going to be great.
I'll have a lot to say.
All right. Thanks, Kathy. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Kathy is wonderful. I can't always tell. I can't always tell when Kathy is being 100% honest and truthful, and when she's being a little sarcastic. And I guess that's a good thing. But Kathy is from Gossip Rumor and Innuendo here on YouTube. If you want a little bit of snark and a lot of opinion and sometimes a good laugh, Kathy's the place to go for that. All right. Kathy is never serious and always right, says Igor. But let's see. Let's see. We've got... I'm having a hard time getting on board with the idea that Zach was the superhero in this one, that he's the good guy. He sent the pictures, these terrible pictures. The law enforcement, and maybe this is the first time Zach had ever seen images like this, and that could be why. Law enforcement, when they looked at the images that Zach sent, especially we're talking about the advertisements from the websites, they looked at it and like, that is clearly fake. Look at the font sizes, everything's different, the alignment's all skewy. This is like a amateur hour fake Photoshop job. Zach looked at it and said it's real. It's 100% real. That is what's happening. I would say he was duped in that area, at least. It was a deep fake, yeah. I agree, Sherry, that the law, which is what the jury has to base their decision off of, the law doesn't allow for this vigilantism. Especially because I was killing someone else so that the person I liked didn't become like them. What? You've got to make that connection just a little bit closer. Two things can be true. Zach needs to be locked up and he did a good thing, said Carter. I can't get on board with that he did a good thing, because murder is wrong, and murdering a murderer is also wrong unless it's done through the process we as a society have set up to carry out that ultimate penalty. I can't condone vigilantism. Someone testified in court to using her services after finding her on Craigslist. Oh my goodness. I don't think that's coming in. Killian says, this is my first day watching this trial, so I'm missing a lot of info, but he gives me the creeps so far. He's different, okay? And I'm not saying he's different because he's extremely gifted. He is very gifted. The musical talents he possesses are off the charts wonderful. It's sad. It's sad that somebody who can perform at that level musically has to work 3 or 4 jobs, painting houses, cleaning out old rental units just to get by. You compare musicians to athletes and see where the money is, and it's like, okay. I'm saying athletes work hard as well, and they deserve money. But we don't, as a society, we don't pay musicians very well unless they're at the very, very top 1%, and they put a lot of work, their whole life into it. So he is different in that he seems to accept some things that I can't. One of them is vampires. I mean, we all love Twilight, right? Go team werewolf or team vampire. I forget which one I am. But he spoke with so much conviction about what vampires do that I'm convinced he's convinced they're real. Zach's another Colin. Fine line between intelligent and insanity. This guy's off his rocker. Hey, Mrs. R.A. Why are you shaking your head? Because I'm wrong? Okay, hang on. Amber's on the phone. I'm wrong, apparently. Hang on. Amber, are you there?
I'm here, but I do not need to take precedence over Mrs. R.A. What does she have to say?
We're going to find out. I'm wrong, so I'm going to find out in just a second.
Well, but this is not new news, right?
I have been wrong before, and I reserve the right to be wrong again. I'm telling you. Okay.
Right.
Okay, Mrs. R.A.'s with us here.
Hey, Amber.
Hey.
Here's where you're wrong, Scott.
Yes.
He did not say he believed in vampires. I don't know why you're riding that train so high. It is not what he said, nor is it what he meant. He was using it as a metaphor to say, like a vacuum, like a vampire. They are sucking stuff out. He was saying grace sucks the good out of people, like a vampire. It's just a metaphor.
I think it was a simile.
Oh. You're right. Dang it. That is a simile.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right on that part.
Okay. Vacuums are real. Vampires are real. Somebody says, I finally agree with Mrs. R.A.
Is that Carter?
I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. Okay, hear me out. Let me ride this one a little bit further.
Okay,
because
good luck.
I want the state to ask him an answer. Are vampires real?
Oh my gosh. He didn't say he believed in them.
I think it's pertinent. Because if he is in a reality where he believes, or at least in his head, things are real that other people do not, now we have a mental health issue.
That is correct. That is the situation if that's what happened.
And that
it's
could
not.
He
used a simile. You've used several today.
I do, but vampires aren't real.
Thank you. I know.
Okay. All right. I'll probably be proven
Real
wrong.
quick.
Yes, Amber, go ahead.
Real quick, before you go on, I want to real quick state a blanket disclaimer. We do not incite violence here.
Yeah, none.
Yeah.
Nor do we call names of any kind. So I'd ask that chat stop doing that.
I realize we've got a lot of people who are new here for the first time. Thank you. Please hit the subscribe button, like the stream. Both are free. That being said, we want to watch this court case, and we want to hear your opinions, and we want to discuss it and do it in a way where at the end of the day, if we disagree, we're still friends. So let's step back. If there's a lot of language and name calling, the mods will sort of tone that down. But
don't make their lives hard.
I don't pay them,
and don't
guys.
get upset if you get timed out.
They do this for free, and they might make a mistake and time out the wrong person because chat is going 100 miles an hour. Just give them a little space. Give for those who are longtime members of the channel and have been here a long time, realize that there are people who are new, and if they say something that might just be a little bit off, let the mods handle it. Don't try to point it out and jump all over somebody. We really do enjoy having a large crowd here and having new people to talk about this, especially because you guys bring different perspectives, different life experiences, and everything else. I learned from that. Like today, I learned that it was a metaphor.
Okay, it was a simile, but I'm just saying he doesn't believe in vampires. I don't think that he came across like he did, that he believed that at all. I think it is an unfair characterization of what he said, and you're better than that, Scott.
It's the way he said, that's what vampires do. And that part.
But everybody knows.
That was the most emphatic testimony of the entire morning. Was about what vampires do. And I'm like, okay, now we're on his pet project. Now, clearly he studies the piano and vampires. And he's going to teach us a little bit about vampires.
Was it news to you that vampires suck things? Was that, you were like, what? That's what vampires do? Oh, bring it. I'm on. Come on. What you got?
I'm in trouble is what I am.
I'm just saying that's not what he meant. And I don't think it's fair to hang such a bright lantern on something that wasn't a big deal in his testimony.
So let me ask a different question to divert some of the focus off me.
Awesome. That's a good plan.
Maybe save some ground here. Zach says that he did this, or he didn't say he did this because, but he says that the daughter would become like the mom, unless somebody intervened.
Did something about it. Okay, so what's your question? Were you just stating facts?
Well, he was using that in the analogy of the vampire, where the victim doesn't have a choice. They get bit by the vampire and not killed.
No, he wasn't.
They get turned into a vampire.
No,
that's what they do.
Wasn't. I do not believe that was where he was using that simile, but it doesn't matter because the point is, it is. Oh no. Did we just lose Amber?
No, somebody else is trying to call in.
No,
okay.
I'm still here.
Okay. The point is that it is wrong. You can't go to somebody and say, I think that you're going to negatively impact somebody else and make them be a worse person for having interacted with you in your life. Therefore, you deserve to die. That's wrong. That's wrong. You can't do that.
I'm with you on that.
However,
right.
He's not wrong. Go ahead.
That's kind of where I'm at. Taking the life of another is never acceptable unless you are defending yourself with an imminent threat of danger or harm.
Yeah, and I think that's why it has to be
another. Right. There has to be an imminent threat of harm or danger. And there wasn't one here. Had this happened in front of him and this was a response to what he saw happening in the moment,
100% justified.
That would be different.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
I don't even know if I agree with that. Because what he was describing was that she was indoctrinating somebody into narcissism. And I think if you're witnessing somebody...
He's not allowed to say the other thing. They have to dance around that.
Oh, okay.
So he's trying his best to talk about everything but what he isn't allowed to say.
And I gotta be honest, I don't know what that is.
It's not about waiting until she's abused more. That's not the point. The point is doing it in the lawful way. There was a custodial issue going on in family court, as well as criminal investigations going on into the allegations that were being made. So the legal process had already started. Unfortunately, there are gaps in our legal system where things fall through the cracks or aren't addressed as thoroughly as we would like them to be, but that doesn't give credence or justification to somebody else to take the law into their own hands.
Yeah, agreed. And
we're all on the same page on that.
That's
on that
really
part,
tough.
At least those of us on the phone. I know there's some other people who think this was a public service unaliving and that the world is a better place. I'm not with that. But
right, I'm not either. I'm not saying that what's alleged is acceptable either. I think those people need to absolutely be held accountable for their actions, but that also includes Zachary Hughes for taking the life of another without an imminent threat of danger.
Yeah, that was well stated. That's correct.
I realize I've been thoroughly raked over the coals for saying that he believes in vampires.
Good, that was my goal.
Let me.
What about lycanthrope? What about lycanthrope? Recovery Addict.
No. Hear me out. If the state on cross asks him if vampires are real and he says yes, I want all of you to call in and together sing "I'm a Little Teapot" or while I crow "I told you so." Okay, I'm just saying the reason why is because the analogy of how the vampire in the story works is his whole purpose for why he felt it was need to intervene. It's like, this is the way it happens. The vampire bites and it turns the other person into somebody just like them. That's how it happens. It takes the will out of the victim. Right?
Amber, is this what he said? Or did he say that Grace was like a vampire and sucked out the good from people, and then also Grace had the ability to turn people into...
They turn people into little themselves, little mini-me's.
Narcissists do, not vampires, unless you're Stephanie Meyer.
I swear he said that's what vampires do. Okay, all right.
I don't like being put in the middle.
Sorry, Amber. I'm
We'll
saying
let it
that's
go.
not how I remember the conversation going. I don't remember him directly tying the idea of vampires into turning somebody into a vampire.
I think you're both right, to be completely honest. I think both interpretations are correct. I think he was giving more life to vampires. Who's more right? I'm not giving you that answer.
I hope the state
answer
does.
will always be.
I will take a copyright strike to play I Told You So. Who sings I Told You So on YouTube?
Okay,
That would be worth
and
it.
I just want to make one more point that I feel needs to be made here. Narcissists can be trained. Okay, it's
can be
wrong.
learned behavior.
Yeah. Why do we have so many narcissists today and we haven't had them before? It is something that you can train in other people. Was this happening with Grace? I don't know. Could have been. Did it follow then that he has the right to kill someone else? No. But to jump all over him and say, what? That's crazy. He thinks that it's vampires and that's just not true. No, it's absolutely true. Narcissists can train other people to become narcissists, but it doesn't then follow.
Do you think he described this of her ability to turn people, to get them to do what she wants, to teach them to be little versions of her.
Right.
But he did it being completely aloof, as if he was entirely immune, and has not fallen prey to any of that. He never shared an experience where he was the one who was convinced to, and maybe it was because of his age, right? He's older.
Could be.
She maybe was not able to play it, but he says she was able to pit my parents against each other. So age was an issue. Judge is coming back. Oh, Judge is gone. He's vanished. Maybe the vampire's
like a
got
vampire.
It. The sunlight is on the chair. Judge is gone.
So you're asking, hey, do you think that he was negatively impacted by having somebody of Grace's personality in the home?
Did he learn anything like that? I mean, you say people can learn this.
Yes.
And are we seeing what he learned being used on the jury?
I think if we are, it is not conscious. He's not saying, hey, here are some things I learned from Grace. Let me see if I can use them in this moment. I think that it's impossible to not be affected by every single person in your family and how they interact in all the different ways. You are going to be impacted and shaped by that experience. I don't know if he is manipulative by nature or if he learned it from her or if he's not manipulative, he's completely straightforward. I don't know that, but I do feel pretty confident that he's not sitting down and saying, hey, I watched Grace do this. I bet I can do it.
All right, state, bail me out. You're my last hope. So.
Whatever, you got Olive Chat with you.
No, I don't. Olive Chat is with you, or most of it is with you on that. All right, Amber, I've got another call. Sorry, do you want to stick on for this one?
I don't know. Probably they're going to
Okay,
chew
Amber,
me apart.
I'm hanging up on you, Amber. Thank you.
See you, Amber.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Call from Nerdy Dog Mom, Ashley.
Hey, Nerdy Dog Mom. Looks like we've got another minute here. I'm not sure. Didn't turn into a lunch break, I don't think, but...
do they do that? They periodically just
sometimes
disappear.
Sometimes they just go to lunch and don't tell us.
So I went back and I listened to the testimony, and he said she was literally like a vampire who would just suck the goodness out of the people around her.
Ding, ding, ding! Who just won that argument?
So it's a simile, right? Thank you for that.
I thought I'd share that.
Oh, I'm going to be sleeping on the couch tonight.
All right. Well,
So how about that weather?
Oh my goodness, the
Nerdy.
weather's crazy.
It is. It's just going to snow like a bunch here. Nerdy Dog Mom, thank you very much for going back and doing the research on that.
I especially am grateful.
So
talk to you later.
thank you. We'll see you. Bye. All right. Yes. It right now is it started snowing here?
It's like rain that turns to ice as soon as it touches something.
Oh man!
It is the most fascinating and terrifying weather phenomenon I've ever seen.
I see cars driving slowly on the road. Do we have a need to go anywhere in the next 24, 48 hours?
For the last 3 days, I've done nothing but doctor's offices and government buildings, so I'm like done.
Sweet. Okay.
In all the ways.
We're good. I hope all of you don't have to drive anywhere as well if you've got this bad weather. Please, please, please stay safe. He's a highly functioning social psychopath with a God complex.
Whew! John, how do you feel about that?
No, that's strong. I think I've said that. I see a little bit of God complex in him where he sees right and wrong. It's not that he just sees right and wrong and says, this is good, this is bad. I can judge that. That's not God complex, right? It's where he says, and then, so I have to make it right.
Right.
That would be where the God complex comes in.
Yeah, it was
the psychopath,
surprising.
I don't see that yet, unless he does say, vampires are real, and then he starts going off into another world. But let's see.
One of our kids walked in the room, listened to that statement, and his eyes are so big right now. Like, what do you do for a living, Dad?
Talk about vampires. So, Team Edward, what's the other guy? Cullen? Team Cullen or Team Edwards?
Edward is Cullen. I can't remember the name of the other guy.
Well, should we do a vote? Let's see who's on the
Somebody
vampire
remind
side.
me. Is it
Jacob?
Jacob.
Okay. It's been a long time.
It has been.
Since
We're really
I watched
old.
The Glittery Vampires.
Yeah, that movie was lame.
See,
sorry, guys.
They didn't follow the true vampire story.
Did they not?
No.
I've never
She's the only one that had glittery vampires since the beginning of vampires.
Oh, I don't know.
Diana Meyer says, did he say that he was right that Ada was becoming like Christina under Grace? He says that he feared that if that connection was not broken, she would become like him, and it's proved true.
Like Christina.
She would become like her, yeah, and it proved true. So daughter become like the mother.
And so, yeah, I do remember saying, and I was right. And I was like, how do you know?
Okay, we're not at lunch. We're not at lunch.
That's why we're not eating.
Hang on one second.
Just kidding. We don't have any food. Kate, so back up though. What made him be proved right?
We haven't heard that. That's right where the objection sort of came in, and now we're in this argument period. And with the 30-minute delay, obviously on Twitter, there's some answers we can get from the people who are live tweeting in the courtroom. But if we hold out for just a minute, we should be able to, well, or maybe 20 minutes, we should be able to catch up and hear what happened.
Huh.
I had to go listen to I Told You So, such a great song. Maybe we'll play it for you today in the future. I'm still holding out hope. Why was he not affected by Grace? It could have been, that the age. When did this happen? Let's see. We're talking. He knew Grace from when she was 10 to when she was 14. Does anyone remember what age he was at when they adopted the children? How old does that make Grace now?
I think that the older you are, the more you are able to see what's actually going on and be less affected by it as far as accepting the behavior as acceptable. Can I say that word again in that sentence? But when you're very young, if somebody older than you says, hey, go do this, or hey, this is okay, we tend to just say okay because your authority comes in your age. Whereas when you're older than somebody, you have a tendency to be like, I don't know. So
Grace was the older sister, but I think she might have been the older sister to the younger siblings. Oh, there's a fire truck coming.
Hey, wait, she was the older sister to him?
I don't know.
Oh, we don't know that. That's interesting. Because if she was older than him, it does surprise me then that he recognizing what's going on.
Right. There's a high level of awareness of the attributes of the vampire. Sorry. Man, the fire trucks, I've never seen them drive so slowly.
They're not actually driving. They're just sort of skiing.
He was older.
Oh, he was older.
Yeah.
So I think he was probably better able to assess the situation and determine that Grace's behavior was not okay. Whereas if you're younger, you would just accept it because they're older. Which seems to be the story that he was telling.
Yeah. Let's see. Zach said he was older when they adopted the kids. Grace was 10. Zach was older. Grace was the oldest of the kids that they adopted. She was the older sister.
Yeah, as far as, I'm trying to remember what he said she did with the parents. She pitted the parents up against each other. A good 2-year-old can do that. It doesn't take a lot of manipulation. It does seem like the kids come prepackaged with the ability.
Parenting requires a high level of communication
with
to be on the same page.
Yeah.
Because kids are sneaky.
We have a standing rule in our house. If the other parent has already answered, that's the answer.
Yeah, you can't play them against each other because we are not good enough to compete at that level.
Right? We can't play this game, so we rigged the rules.
There is some motion in court. I'm not sure if that was the judge coming in or if that was possibly just a court employee. But let's see. Oh, man.
What?
Kurt just sent out a tweet on something I want to look at, but it's completely unrelated. It's a different court and First Amendment issue where the court is in the wrong, apparently.
Oh.
Do you think Grace is a pen name? This coming in as a text. Do you think Grace is a pen name for his adopted sister's real name? He said they adopted. I didn't know this because our family has not had like us, Mrs. R.A. and I have not adopted. That has not been our reality. We have friends that are adopted. We have family members that have gone through adoption. I didn't know that it was common to change a child's name when they're adopted. I realized that at birth it seems more normal, but where they adopted someone who was 10 and her name was like Ivana or something similar to that, something
Russian.
very simpler. It was Russian. It's not a common name in the United States, but to go and change that when the child's 10, that's...
Well, I wonder if they changed it because it was Russian. Like, you think of all the immigrants who came to America, they got here, they're like, oh, let's Americanize that name.
It just seems like first of all, the kids are completely ripped out of anything they know that is normal. And they're brought, hopefully, into a much better environment. That's the goal, right? To give these kids the chance at life that they wouldn't have in their existing situation. But taking their name from them is a big deal. And so maybe they're on the same page, and they say, yes, we want that change. We want to be separate from where we came from. And I chose the name, or to help me choose a name. I didn't know that was a thing. I found out it was.
So are you asking if it happens, if it's
I found out
morally
it does
a
happen.
good idea, or are you saying?
I had never thought of it before, and I just it sounded to me like, oh, that's mean to take their name away from them. But I guess it's not like that at all. So I've learned.
I don't
a little
know.
bit.
It might be. Yeah, like as an adopted child, you might be like, so you don't like me the way I am? I mean, I don't know.
Diana Meyer says, did he say they was right that Ada was becoming like Christina and or Grace?
Yes, he did say that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know
He says
why.
that's proved true. Like his premise that without intervention, without separation between those two, she would become like her.
Which seems to indicate that he is saying
that Ada has some of those tendencies of some sort.
And that I do not question. That, again, narcissism can be taught.
The break here, it could be a couple things. It might be that they just haven't taken a break for a while. The jury needed a break.
Somebody called in and said, this vampire thing needs to be addressed. Let's take a break. Just get down on that.
Somebody Google this, find out if vampires are real or not. AI should be able to tell us. No, they'll oftentimes take a break, and the judge might ask for a break after a lengthy sidebar. Maybe it's for him to just check the notes and make a ruling, come back. In this particular courtroom, and it's sort of unique to this courtroom, anytime the jury is out of the room, we have to be staring at the wall. That's the judge's order.
Is this judge a little bit less stringent when it comes to cameras in his...
Less than the previous one where the camera reporter got
first offense, capital
arrested.
Capital punishment.
But it's court decorum rules. Every time we go into a courtroom, we have to study up the rules and see what this particular judge, not just this courtroom or this county, because the county will have rules, and then the judge themselves for that specific trial might have rules that we have to follow as well. And in this one, he says nothing. Okay, here we go. We're back, I think. Nope, they're still arguing. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so I was kind of, I was with you. I felt like he was probably going to say that one of the children that they adopted had been abused as a child, and so he got to see the effects of that. That's where I thought that was going, and it's I'd already worked that argument out in my head to the logical conclusion.
Here we go. Now we've got sound. Thank you, Mrs. Ari. Oh, Mr. Bones. You broke Mr. Bones. That's the jury coming back in.
Now, just for the purpose of the record, you sustain the state's objection. Is that correct?
I did, as far as that.
Yes, sir.
Sustain the objection.
After you read the deposition you referenced of Christina Parcell, what did you come to conclude or believe?
I believed that, based on various things she freely admitted to in her deposition, that she had a history of using and manipulating men in order to get money and in offering sexual services in return. She admitted to being a pornographic actress and producing a film in South Carolina where she rubbed her feet on a man's penis. She admitted to using SugarDaddyForMe.com, where she sought out romantic relationships with older men with a clear emphasis on it being a trade, essentially a reciprocal thing, where she was seeking out to be taken care of financially. She said that she had a general disinterest in having children at the time, which is why that she gave up custody of her daughter to John Mello when her daughter was very young. Her lawyer took it.
Your Honor, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
You can ask him, like we said.
Why did you wait so long to object?
Effect it had on him, not these specific details.
Understand.
Move on.
Zach, a little while ago I asked you about documents that John gave you in addition to details he provided you, information. We talked about the deposition. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Is that also a document that John Mello gave you?
Yes,
Did you read it?
I did.
At this time, the defense removed Defense Exhibit 56 into evidence.
State objects based on the same objection we had in the prior, the prior issue. I think Your Honor's ruling was that he can talk about how it had an effect on him, but not to go into the details.
Your Honor, this is a separate exhibit. It's different than the deposition. It's just a few pages. I'd be happy to argue on this.
I'm going to allow this to come in.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This is.
That's a bad thank you.
So, again, I will renew my motion to enter Defense Exhibit 56 into evidence. And it's admitted. Is that correct, Your Honor? Perfect.
He seems surprised this came in.
Zach, take a look at Defense Exhibit 56. Would you, for the jury, let me look at it.
Jury's back. Thank you, Lizzie. I appreciate it.
Let's see. Zach, this is an affidavit of a man named Alex Fields. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just want to go over this affidavit for you, or with you. Based on your understanding of this affidavit and your communications with John Noah, how did John become aware of this information that led to this affidavit?
John posted an ad on Craigslist asking for information about a woman named Christina Lorraine Purcell, aka Caroline Warren, and he provided photographs to identify her by.
Is page 2 of the affidavit this advertisement on Craigslist?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to page 1 of the affidavit. Would you please read the second paragraph of this affidavit?
I was at Hall's Chop House in downtown Greenville, South Carolina, when a woman approached me. She said hello and proceeded to ask if I was looking for a date. She said something to the effect of inviting me to bed for an amount of money and that we would not be rushed at all. When I refused her proposition, she proceeded to offer me narcotics. I refused and ended the encounter at that point.
Would you please read just the first sentence of the third paragraph?
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that this woman is the woman that I saw on Craigslist.
And Zach, again, the woman in this advertisement on Craigslist, who's that woman?
Christina Purcell.
Don't try that QR code, guys. That was an affidavit in another case. I believe a custody dispute case. I have Venmo if you're interested, Twibble.
Zach, I want to talk about other information John Noah had provided you. You heard testimony from investigator Dan Bell. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And do you recall in the state's case in chief, Dan Bevel, both in direct examination and cross-examination, testifying that he had met Christina Purcell in his official capacity before he began his investigation of the letters that were sent?
I remember.
And isn't it true that John Mello shared information with you about interactions he had had with Dan Bell?
Objection. Your Honor, I need a curative instruction on that.
Your Honor, I totally disagree, and I'm happy to argue.
Jury? The judge points to the jury. He's like, there's the door. Okay, I need to hear what that was. Give me just a second to see what's on this card. We're going to go back and replay that little bit. Let's see, import media. No, I can't do it this way. Hang on. There we go. I want to hear what the objection was specifically that they have an issue with. I think it had to do with the relationship with between Mello and Zach. All right, here we go. Let me get this spun up.
Christina Parcell, in his official capacity,
just on replay here,
before he began his investigation of the letters that were sent.
I remember.
Okay. Here's the question.
And isn't it true that John Mello shared information with you about interactions he had had with Dan Bell?
Objection.
Interactions he had had with Dan.
With you about interactions he had had with Dan Bell.
Objection.
Look, watch the judge here. Watch the judge's face.
Interactions he had had with Dan Bell.
Objection.
The judge opens his mouth immediately. Okay. Well, before the objection even comes out, soon like, yeah, you can't go there.
About interactions he had had with Dan Bell.
Objection.
He's doing we have a problem. That's a line that you can't cross. So let's see. We're going to jump back to court. Let's see. Dan Mello. I don't know who it is. I don't know what the interactions are. Dan Bello. Whatever it is, this is an area they supposedly shouldn't be going into. Oh, here we go. We're back. Dan Bevel. Nope, I think we're not back yet. Here comes the jury. The investigator. This would be the talking about the abuse, the claims of abuse.
Thank you for your patience. I just had to take up some legal issues with the attorneys. Y'all are going to get your steps in today. Please proceed. Yes.
Oh, that was loud. Did we count that objection already? The 32? Or do I owe one more on the counter?
So, Zach, you testified about information that John has provided you related to concerns he had about Christina Parcell, especially in conjunction with Ayden Mello. We talked about the time period April. I want to move to May. In May of 2021, were you and John Mello continuing to communicate about the situation?
Yes.
In May of 2021, what, if anything, did John ask you to do for him?
Given the extremely grave nature of John's concerns for his daughter, especially while she was in the custody of her mother, Christina Parcell, and potentially being exposed to her mother's boyfriend, Brad Post, who John believed was a pedophile and is a pedophile.
Objection.
Sustained. I instruct you to totally disregard the last comments made by this defendant.
And Zach, you would just could you just tell this jury
he went
what John asked you to do?
Yes. Given his concerns, John asked me that if I believed his daughter was in grave danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $5,000?
He's a hitman for hire.
What did you say when he asked you that?
I was shocked and insulted by the request, and I gave him an immediate and unequivocal no.
So he offered you $5,000 if you would kill Christina Parcell, and you said no.
That's correct.
At some point, did he revisit that subject?
Yes.
Did he make you another offer?
Yes, he did.
How long after the first offer did he make the second offer?
I'm not certain, but I would say maybe 2 or 3 weeks later.
Tell this jury about that.
He was becoming increasingly more worried and distressed about the safety of his daughter. I was as well. The more I learned about this situation and everything, and a lot more than what I've told you, I was also...
There's an objection.
What was the second offer?
The second offer, he asked me again, if I became convinced that his daughter was in danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $10,000?
Doubled it.
What did you, or how did you respond to that offer?
I counter-offered.
I told him, John, there's no amount of money that would ever tempt me to do something like this. And I told him I was insulted that he even thought that would be something I would consider. So I told him I would never do something like this for money. I told him the only way I would ever consider taking action like this is if I was absolutely convinced that his daughter was not only in danger, but that the only way to rescue her from that danger would be to take Christina Parcell's life.
Whoa.
Let's talk about what else is going on in your life in May of 2021. Tell this jury what you're doing with the music project with Tom Strange, how that's going.
We've been at the project recording the sonatas in the museum, like I talked about, for about 5 months. This, of course, I was doing in conjunction with all the help I was trying to provide John and Aida. So the music project on its own would have been incredibly stressful. And with everything else, I was just approaching burnout. Honestly, I was having a really hard time meeting my deadlines. And I was worried that the quality of the work I was doing was going to be going down. And I was just at the point where I needed a vacation, honestly.
And we're going to get to that in just a second.
And you chose murder for vacation?
Tell the jury about your compensation as it relates
Other
to
people go to Disneyland.
music project with Tom Strange.
It was just an arrangement of a flat fee for all 32 sonatas. I was going to receive $5,000.
And if you broke that down on an hourly basis, how much were you getting paid per hour for that project?
Probably less than $1, but it was a labor of love.
During this time, were you also doing other things to try to make money to support yourself, or was it?
Yes, I was giving some outdoor concerts on the Wynn's lawn, and these were donation-based, so people were supporting me financially in that regard.
On their front lawn?
You talked about needing a vacation at the end of May. Describe a little bit more to the jury the fatigue and why you believed at the end of May that a break would do you some good.
Well, I needed a break. My nature is usually to just try to push through stuff like that. I can push myself too far. So I was not necessarily seeking out a break or a vacation, but I was definitely at the point where I needed one for the sake of my work, for the sake of my health.
Did you get that break?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury how that came about.
Like I said, John and I were communicating pretty much every day at this point. Much of it, if not most of it, about Ayda, but I was also mentioning to him what I was doing. Certainly times when he needed me to do something and I would have to say, I can't, I'm practicing, I'm recording something like this. So he told me, I think he said, like, in the rock and roll business, we say you have a monkey on your back. Like, the project is starting to own you and you just need to step away from it. You're too close to it and you've been in it for too long. So he suggested that I come and visit him in Italy.
Did you take him up on that suggestion?
Yes, I did.
Initially, what was your reaction to that offer?
Initially, I didn't want to. Like I said, it's my nature to just kind of push through things, but with some more time, I realized that some time off from the piano would probably do me good.
Monkeys are real, petrified. Monkeys are real.
So when did you go to Italy to visit John?
I think in either the very last days of May or first days of June, 2021.
Who paid for your travel?
I did.
When you arrived in Italy, where did you stay?
I stayed at John Mell's apartment.
How long were you there?
Between 3 and 4 weeks.
Do you remember where in Italy you were?
Yes, it was a town called Rovigo. It's not too far from Venice.
When you were visiting in Italy, where was Ayden Mello?
She was in Greenville with her mother.
Even though Ayda was not in Italy, while you were in Italy, did you have an opportunity to see Ayda?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury what that opportunity was.
John had video visits ordered by the guardian ad litem, who you've seen before, Vanessa Cornlow, to have video visits twice a week with Ayda. So he, even with the time difference, was always setting timers and alarms and making me set timers and alarms to make sure he wouldn't be late for these visits. Like, he lived for these visits every week. So often it might be 11 p.m. or midnight in Italy, but that was when Ayda was free, so that's when they'd have their visit. And I would often be within earshot to where I could hear their conversation. Often I would be able to observe the screen of his phone or computer, so I could see Ayda's face, her disposition. And on one occasion I said hi to her.
What did you notice about her, or what did you conclude about her while you were watching Ayda during these visitations?
So John had been telling me for weeks, Zach, Christina's killing my little girl. Like, I can see the spark dying in her eyes.
Figuratively.
And again, when I first heard that, I thought, aren't you being a little dramatic? Like, I hadn't seen her, but it just seemed a bit much. When I saw her in these visits, I didn't feel that way anymore. She was not the same little girl that I had known in Greenville when I first met them. She had put on a great deal of weight, probably about 20 pounds, which is roughly a quarter of her body weight.
Which is
for an 8-year-old girl, that's a lot in a short period of time, but it was much more than that. It was her demeanor. Her spirit was just, she was morose, she was depressed. Like that spunky, precocious, lively little girl that I had met was just not present there. It was a complete change in character. And I mean, John would ask her how she was doing, and she would always try to give a good response. Like, she would try to smile and say, "Oh, I'm fine, Daddy," and try to put on a good face. But it was clear that she was doing that because she didn't want to worry her dad. She didn't want him to realize how poorly she was doing, and it just reminded me so much of myself when I was a little older than she was, with what I've previously described with Grace. It's this, you internalize things. Like, she's a strong person, and she was trying to be stronger than she was probably ready to be at that age. And despite the stoic, strong exterior she was trying to put on, I could just see that she was being tortured. Like, she was drowning, and him saying that the spark was dying in her eyes was absolutely accurate. I could see it, I could hear it in her voice, I could tell it in her demeanor.
So, when you came, let me back up. When did you leave Italy to return to Greenville County?
At the end of June 2021.
When you returned to Greenville in June of 2021, based on everything that you knew and had been made aware of, and I want to start in June, what, if anything, in June of 2021 did you do to act on what you knew?
I had described the mailers that I had put together before, and the state has talked about them a lot. All of these mailers contained information that I believe had been put out publicly and by Christina Parcel's free will. So this was all information that had been available publicly, and that, to the best of my knowledge, was true. And I began to send these mailers to Christina Parcell and her boyfriend and people in the neighborhood for a threefold purpose. I wanted parents around that neighborhood to know that their children were not safe around her or around Brad Post. I wanted different people associated with this, such as the guardian ad litem, the police, to have access to this information, so that they would have all the evidence that I was looking at that clearly demonstrated that Christina Parcell was a danger to children and her own daughter. And I also wanted there to be social pressure on Christina Parcell, because something, again, about people like Grace and Christina Parcell is the facade that they erect around themselves, and the image that they put forward to the world is so important to them. They're narcissists. And it is a facade. It's completely untrue. But I was hoping that it wouldn't be worth it to her for other people to see her for what she was, in exchange for her trying to fight to have her daughter.
You sent multiple mailers beginning in June and going into July of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Did those mailers and the effect those mailers had do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No, they didn't. If anything, Christina Parcell and Brad Post just dug their heels in deeper.
What is Zach's IQ? I'm curious, honestly.
After the mailers were sent, do you know whether or not they had any effect on, I want to talk about after the mailers were sent, did you learn of a video call or about a video call that John, who was in Italy, had with Ayden, who was in Greenville?
Yes.
What did you learn about that video call?
Shortly after these mailers would have arrived, John described a call to me where he said Christina was, at the end of the call, she took the phone and turned it towards her face, which she usually did not do. And he said she was more angry than I've ever seen her. And he would often talk about how you would never see her angry, like she was very good at controlling her emotions and not showing if you had made her angry. And she took the phone and didn't say anything, but just slid her finger across her throat as if that she was threatening that she was going to have him killed for what she believed he was doing.
After the mailer, or the last mailer, did John share with you any information he had received via email?
Yes, he well, he didn't describe it. He sent it to me, an email he had received from someone he knew in the biker community, motorcycles. And Brad Post was also involved in the biker community, or at least tried to be. And this email was from this acquaintance of John, telling John that Brad Post had been going around essentially asking for someone to, quote, put the hurt on John Mello, and that he was offering a lot of money to make this happen.
There's an objection. Okay, so biker dude letter, which the police looked at and said was, I believe, was fictitious and used the same terminology and wording and everything of Mr. Mello. It was a fictitious character that was used to support as a supporting argument. Is not real. Biker dude is not real. Let's see, I've got a call coming in. I'm not sure how long this sidebar is going to go. I'll try to take the call, but we'll see.
Christy G.
Hey, I missed the name. Sorry, who's on the phone? Oh, it's over.
This is Chris. It's Christy G.
Hey, Christy, are you in court today?
I just walked outside. We're at lunch.
Okay, hang on 1 second.
Sure.
Can you call me back in a little bit? Because
I sure will.
we're
Y'all
half an
are
hour
on delay
behind.
still.
We're on delay, right?
Gotcha.
Thanks.
I'll keep a watch out and I will call back.
Thanks, Christy. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Christy's our court watcher. We want to hear what she has to
say. We talked
say.
about the fact that you testified that you sent the mailers, you've explained why. I want to talk about something else you did for the purpose of acting on a concern. Take a look at what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 47. Is that an affidavit that you completed for the purpose or in connection with the pending family court litigation between John Mello and Christina Parcell?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this is defense counsel's version. This is already in evidence. The state put that in.
30-minute delay by judge's order.
Zach, let's talk about this affidavit.
Is that the one from September?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Zach, why did you draft this affidavit?
I was extremely concerned about the danger that Ayden was in, and I wanted to try to provide the family court with information about my opinion and my observations about her that would hopefully cause them to return Aida to John, so that she would no longer be in danger.
Did this affidavit, well, let me back up. To whom did you send this affidavit?
I had it notarized, and then I think I scanned it and probably emailed it to John or left it with his family court attorney, Samantha Larkins, at the time.
One second.
So he filed a affidavit as an interested party in the case, a family court case, as a character witness. See if that gets admitted as evidence here. We've already gotten much further, much closer to the prohibited item than I thought this court would allow. I think there's no question right now in the mind of the jury what we're not talking about.
So that affidavit was, I believe, September the 21st of 2021, is that correct?
I don't remember the date other than it being in September.
I'll show it to you.
Yes, the 21st day of September 2021.
And you testified that after you submitted that affidavit, that did not do anything to alleviate your concerns, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you take another step to try to act on your concerns for Ayden?
Yes.
And did you take that step at the end of September or beginning of October?
Yes, I made a phone call to Child Protective Services, and I told them that I was a neighbor. So I told them that I had seen Aida being verbally and physically abused by her mother. And again, I made that up. That's not true. But I said it because I wanted to give Aida an opportunity to have FaceTime in person with an agent from DSS away from her mother, where she could tell them that her mother was sexually abusing her.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Whoa.
You are to disregard.
Whoa.
From this witness.
Zach, let me ask this. You talked about Child Protective Services. Is that in South Carolina, is that called DSS?
I think they may be part of the same entity. I'm not sure.
And so did they do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No.
Did that surprise you at all?
No.
In fact, you testified earlier about Virginia and Grace. Did you and your family have interaction with the DSS in Virginia?
Yes, we did.
Over Grace?
Yes, when I discovered the journal I had mentioned before about Grace's plans to murder my family, we called DSS and asked for her to be taken out of the home. And they did this, and after a few weeks of hearing Grace's stories and lies, they took her side. They failed to recognize what they were dealing with her. And they tried to have my parents put in jail and the rest of me and my siblings put in foster care. And we eventually had to sue them, and it was about a 2-year-long court battle.
Whoa.
And that left an indelible impression on me, just as to how even experts can be wrong sometimes. And when they are wrong, it's so dangerous because everyone believes them because they're the experts. But sometimes you know what you know, and you know it's true, and even if an expert might think differently, it doesn't mean they're right. And DSS did a lot of damage to my family in those 2 years.
So ultimately, Grace was removed from your family, is that correct?
Yes.
Your other Russian siblings were not, were they?
No.
And in fact, Faith, one of your Russian siblings, has been in the courtroom all week, is that correct?
Yes.
So, you testified to this jury about the information you received from John Mello about his concerns. You've testified to the jury about the documents you consulted about those concerns. You testified to the jury what you came to believe. You testified to the jury about the mailers you sent.
Let's hear
about the
about the murder.
affidavit you submitted. And now about the call to DSS. After you had done all these things to act on your concerns, and nothing had been done, tell this jury in early October of 2021, what's going on in your mind? What are you thinking?
I was still in the middle of this music project, so I had a lot on my plate there just professionally, and of course I was continuing and even increasing my support to help John save his daughter, Ayden. And since June, when I had returned, I had been absolutely convinced that Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
Let's go. I mean,
Take the jury.
This is blatant disregard for the judge's order. Right there. This is the third time. This is the third time he's gone there. The poop is out of the horse, as Emily would say. You can't put it back in. This is I messed the day on. Yeah, messed up. Amy, thank you very much. I don't know if this trial can continue. Okay. Zach bought everything that the professionals say was faked. You probably read the letter from the Pope as well, or the saint. I don't know. The biker dude, the saint. Who else did we get letters from? A lawyer, a fictitious lawyer, I think. A private detective. Zach bought this whole story. He lied about it. He said he observed something he didn't. Everything he got was from Mello. Except for the little video that he saw of the video call. Well, Mello was in Italy. He saw a little video call. Okay, Zach and Mello were in Italy, and the daughter was in America, I believe, on that video call. Okay, here we go. Here's the update from Gigi. Judge says this is in direct violation of his ruling. State says they won't ask for a mistrial, but asks they stop his testimony. That's happening right now. He's pushing for a mistrial. It just means it starts over. Okay, they're going to be taking lunch probably right now. Probably in the next 5 minutes. They're going to come back within the next 5 minutes and take a lunch or announce lunch. So Okay, here's Gigi's take on this. Ready? She's in the courtroom watching this. She can see things that we cannot hear. Zach told the jury that Christina was involved in SA against her daughter. The jury is looking around at each other and us after Zach said that Christina was involved that way. Zach Hughes again said Christina was involved that way with the daughter. The solicitor literally yells, and the jury is sent out. The objection was yelled. I'm pretty sure we might have heard the last word from Zach, which is terrible. No. It has to be the last on direct. Judge is not happy. He says, get back up here. He's the robe is unzipped. It looks like we're going to lunch. Christy G. Here we go.
Christy G.
Hey, Christy. Oh, wow.
Hey. Wow. How about that?
That was
crazy.
The last thing we heard was the prosecutor yelling objection, basically.
He yelled, "No, Judge!" I mean, literally, it was a yell. And the judge sent the jury out, obviously. And they went up to the front. I mean, well, the prosecutor was like, "Judge, this is making a mockery of the court. He has been told not to say this. None of that stuff is not supposed to be brought out or said at all." And his lawyer, he said, "Judge, I'm not leading him. I'm just, he said, I'm not leading him to do this. He has my instructions and stuff." And so they were that he was arguing for his client. And then the judge looked at, Hughes and said, he said, he admonished him, but then he said, "Do you understand me? You're not supposed to bring that stuff up." And Zachary looked, he got in the microphone, he said, "I understand, Judge." So he didn't say he wouldn't do it again.
Okay, there's obviously the judge could, if he wanted to, he could cut off the testimony right now, right? He could say, "You're done," but he can't cut off the state's cross. It would just mean the direct is over and now goes straight to cross. And more stuff could come out across. This could continue.
And okay, we all have our opinions on whatever. The guy, I personally think he needs to get some of his truth. He should be able to get his truth out.
I think he did. I think we're there.
Degree. I think he did. Oh my gosh, the jury. Whenever he said it the first time, they were like, and just looked around, looked at all the, us in the courtroom and stuff. The whole courtroom was just like, because I mean, we knew. And the prosecutor, the second time he did it, you heard. I mean, he yelled. It was nuts.
So you can't unring that bell, and this is a prime example, right? The jury is told to disregard and forget that. That won't work. That won't work.
Nope.
I wonder if the judge is looking at this. The state has said they're not asking for a mistrial, so they're willing to continue.
Because the state, he mentioned, he said something about, ending the testimony, but I guess that he reconsidered that, but he said, you could even stop. He said, this is making a mockery of this courtroom. He is just disregarding your direct orders, Judge.
Is the judge angry? Is he raising his voice?
He is now. I think after that second time, he was pretty ticked off, but he wasn't raising his voice too much, but you could tell he was pretty ticked off.
This is what Mr. Hughes doesn't realize is he might be found not guilty in this court and spend the rest of his life in jail for contempt if he continues this.
Exactly.
This is
but it's bad. I mean, I've heard stuff that obviously they're not filming and stuff, and it's just like, I don't know. I mean, you have to go by the law and stuff. It's just, and I know you can't, it's victim, that's not, well, could be considered victim shaming. And I know you're not supposed to do, that type of thing. Obviously, she can't defend herself. However,
not every victim is a good person.
Oh, big time. That's true.
And this one wasn't.
That's very true. Not at all.
This one, by all accounts, wasn't. The case.
The jury, they're very attentive. It's almost a exact mixture of women, men. There's some older ones, there's younger ones. It's a really good variety, and they all seem to be really focused and listening. So
this is absolutely crazy.
It is crazy.
We still haven't got to the point where Zach, and I think it's important, where Zach shares the event, right? The reason we're here, what happened that day, the bike, the any preparation he took, the mask, the gloves, what tools he brought with him. He needs to sort of tell that story. We know the why now. I think we have a pretty good picture as to why he felt he had to do this. And it sounds like he did it for free, not for money, even though he was offered $5,000 and $10,000. It probably means like, I have the moral duty to act. I think he would feel wrong about taking money for this. And I think he believes that. I think he wholeheartedly believes that. Where I'm not doing any body language analysis on him, but I am noticing that his blink rate is very low, that he's very consistent, that he's making eye contact, that he seems sincere in the body language, but he also does seem like he's very measured in what he does, even with how he leans forward to the microphone to talk, how he looks down and thinks before he speaks. It does look like he is in control very much of his emotions. I wonder if on cross, if they're going to be able to crack that and rile him up and get him to blurt something out, or put that edge in the tone, challenge him, and see how he addresses that when somebody catches him and says, but that was wrong. You told us a lie, right?
Right. But I mean, it's nuts, and I don't know. I don't feel like the prosecution. We'll see. I don't feel like he's going to get tripped up too easily. I still question how Mr. Mello is not charged with conspiracy. He's not charged in this crime in particular.
This might be the first the police have heard of this. There may be charges.
Oh, well, they're direct evidence. That's true.
Right.
That's true.
So there may be charges that stem from this, or investigation that stems from this, because they just didn't have anything to link those two before. Now we have basically a witness who is sort of rolling over on Mello, but also not, because he supports.
Absolutely.
It's like the murder was to support Mello and Ada, okay, to help that situation, but at the same time he's outing Mello for solicitation of murder, twice at least. Okay, that's last time I checked, that's a felony, but at the same time he's not really turning on him, which is the strangest thing.
Right. It is. I was surprised. I didn't know if he would say anything bad about him. I just have my thoughts on their relationship and stuff, but you're right. He did. I mean, he outed it, but just not completely, I guess. I don't know.
So going back a little bit, earlier this morning, we had what we thought was the wildest testimony of the day, which has since paled in comparison. There was a moment where the state objected. He was about to talk about his adopted siblings. And the state's like, no, you can't go there. And I'd venture a guess that most of us thought that they had been abused, and he was going to share his recollection of the traumatic effect that had on them, or something like that, where he would sort of be getting a roundabout way into that topic. He didn't. He didn't. Instead, he went with the vampire. She's the most evil person I've ever met in my life. What was the reaction there, both in court and with the jury?
Well, I didn't really see much of a reaction, really, because they didn't send the jury out, did they? Because I thought he was wanting to bring in some type of the same type of assault, I thought he was going to say that his, Grace or his sister, first I thought it was had been happened to her, but then he said that, just did this whole vampire thing. So I didn't really even see much of a reaction. I kind of was like, oh gosh, to me, and it could be true and stuff, but to me, I was like, oh my gosh, this is just, to me, it looked like it was just, coming up with some kind of excuse.
Fantasy.
But exactly. Just to have something to, something for him to say for a reason, and I think without saying too much that he wasn't supposed to say about, Christina. But no, there was not really much of a reaction to that.
Man. I am floored. This case is crazy, and it's just ramping up right now. It's just ramping up. So,
well, y'all you could take a break and stuff, and but I think I'm going to try to go back at least for a little bit because they're on lunch until 2.
Cross is going to be unreal. Cross is going to be unreal on this. So, Christy, thank you so much. Thanks for being our eyes in the courtroom. This is one court where we miss large chunks of what happens because of the judge's ruling.
I know, it's bad. It's really, I know, y'all can't. And after I called you the first time I looked, I was like, gosh, they are way, I didn't put it together that you're that far behind. So, and it's bad because you don't get to see hardly anything. You don't get to see all of the arguments and stuff, what they're arguing and stuff like that. But anyway,
Christy, thank you. Good luck. Hope you get back in the courtroom this afternoon. And thank you so much for your observations.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
See you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh my goodness. I just need to one more time. Never a dull moment in court. This is amazing. We're gonna take a lunch. They're coming back at 2, but they won't start till 2:30. So what that means is we get an hour and 10 minutes roughly of lunch. We'll be back at 2:15, which does that make sense? Because of the delay, because they come back at 2 and then we have a half-hour delay before the live stream starts. So when we come back, we expect that defense is going to continue their direct examination of Zach Hughes. There will probably be, I think after this admonition, he's got it out enough. Okay, I don't think he's going to talk about it more until probably the murder, and I think it will come up again. I think when he talks about that, he's going to reassert his reasoning for why he took the action that he did, which morally, according to his upbringing that he shared with us, he was opposed to on a fundamental level. So I think he has to, when sharing that, I think in his own mind, he has to once again bring that up and say, this is why I took this deviation from what I was taught and raised to do. All right. It's gonna be spicy. It's gonna be spicy. I'm going to try to eat lunch and maybe look outside and watch the snow fall for a little bit. Take a deep breath and then get ready for this. We should have cross-examination today. The pace they're following the story, where the murder portion is next. That's what's coming next. After that, for those that are talking, by the way, for those that are talking about demonetization, I usually don't know about it until a couple hours after the stream, and then YouTube informs me that this stream is not suitable for monetization. So I don't know. Sometimes it flies. Sometimes they catch the stupidest things like a car chase, and they're like, it's out. And sometimes we have days like this in court where they're like, oh, it's no problem. You guys are good. Keep it up. So we won't know till later. Pizza for lunch? No. We can't go anywhere. And there's no way I'm going to have a delivery guy go drive in the ice storm we have out there. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe. Till we go live again in about an hour from now. I will make a portal. As a matter of fact, I'll do that right now. All right, portal is being built. We'll be back at 2:15. All right, we'll see you guys on the flip side. Have a great lunch. Please come back. You're going to miss some really exciting stuff, I think, if you miss it. So bring a friend, click the like button. Thanks for clicking subscribe. We'll see you guys on the other side. Have a good one. Bye-bye.